Please welcome the founding members of the Board of Peace. The Minister of the Prime Minister's Court of the Kingdom of Bahrain. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Morocco. The President of the Argentine Republic. The Prime Minister of Armenia. The President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. The Prime Minister of Hungary. The President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and expatriates of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The President of the Republic of Kosovo. The Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. The Special Envoy to the United States for the United Arab Emirates. The President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The Prime Minister of Mongolia. Please welcome the Chairman of the Board of Peace, the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
This is a very exciting day, long in the making, and many countries have just received their notice, and everybody wants to be a part of it, and we'll work with many others, including the United Nations. But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they have done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one has turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers, in Ukraine, Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000, and 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings, and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jameson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today. Leaders of countries, in most cases very popular leaders, some cases not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the 1-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state, the 7. They were saying, can he win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, it looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things and if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. we were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, two nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built, and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And, of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires, so we can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands, literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands, but they have to give up their weapons, and if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's a fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants. They're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace, in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. And it was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see and a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator, Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second between Venezuela and us. We have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And, of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. Said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came. They said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, would be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine. I think, let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, actually, at this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and that's what we have. Maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid. You know, you used to hear all the people were starving and it was terrible. Now you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now, I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now, we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. I said that a year before, and it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. Some cases it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love. But their boy had been killed in just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of the boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, and we're close on the track of that, we've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them, and you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have, and they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations, and I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, When you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations, President Trump. The Charter is now in full force, and the Board of Peace is now an official international organization. We will now continue the signing ceremonies, beginning with the President of Argentina and the Prime Minister of Armenia. Next up, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Thank you. Next, the Prime Minister of Hungary and the President of the Republic of Indonesia. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Jordan and the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Next, the President of the Republic of Kosovo and the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. That's it. Yes. Thank you. Next, the President of the Republic of Paraguay and the Prime Minister of the State of Qatar. Next, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey. Next, the Chairman of the Executive Authority Affairs of the UAE and the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And last but not least, the Prime Minister of Mongolia. Congratulations, everyone. This concludes the signing ceremony. If President Trump and all of the Board of Peace members could please join the President around the table, The President is now going to sign the inaugural resolution that will resolve the Board of Peace's Gaza mandate per the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803. Congratulations. If President Trump and all Board of Peace members could please take their seats in the front. Now it is my honor to introduce the United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who will speak about President Trump and his accomplishments. Without further ado, Secretary Rubio.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to serve as the Secretary of State during a historic presidency. And it's a historic presidency because the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is someone who is not limited by what others say is possible or what others say is impossible. He's not limited by some of the things that have happened in the past, and he's willing to talk to or engage with anyone in the interest of peace, always putting the American people and our national security first, but understanding that in the world that we share with so many others, peace is paramount to all of us. We are here today because of President Trump's vision. If we go back just a few months ago, people thought what was happening in Gaza was impossible to solve. 28 hostages that were dead, others that were still living, all these hostages that were being held. No one thought that that would ever come to a resolution without more fighting and more bloodshed along the way. In fact, frankly, many thought it was intractable. And sadly, many of the institutions that have served us well, in many cases, for the last 70 years, were unable to do anything about it. But President Trump had the vision and the courage to dream the impossible, to believe that it was doable, and to pursue it with all of his heart. And he was in that capacity assisted by an extraordinary team, and I think both Jared and Steve deserve a tremendous amount of credit, Jared Kushner and Steve Woodcock, for all the work they put in. And all of our partners here today. And now we have this Board of Peace, who I believe's possibilities are endless. Obviously with a focus first and foremost on making sure that this peace deal in Gaza becomes enduring. And I know this president has it as his highest priority and will give it everything he has to make sure that this is successful. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary leaders that are here today. This is not just a Board of Peace, this is a Board of Action. Just like President Trump is a president of action. A lot of times people like to give speeches. I've been to many of these forums, and they're not useless, and they're not, they have utility in many cases. But oftentimes in international affairs, we often find ourselves at events where people are reading these scripted statements, these strongly worded letters that they put out, but no action. Nothing happens. This is a group of leaders that are about action. And the President of the United States is a president of action, of getting things done. And today is the beginning of that, of a new era and a new stage that we think is so important as a model to the rest of the world of what is possible. And clearly the focus is right now on Gaza and making sure that the plan that's about to be presented to you here today, this vision for the future of Gaza, this vision for the future of the region, is not just possible and promising. It is our destiny if we put the time and the effort that it requires, as I know this board will do. But I also think it will serve as an example of what's possible in other parts of the world. Without losing focus on what's before us now, this is what's possible for other places and other conflicts that seem impossible to solve right now. So I want to, on behalf of the United States, on behalf of the team that worked so hard on this, thank every single one of the leaders that are here today and all the countries that have committed to joining, and many others who are going to join. Others either are not in town today or they have to go through some procedure internally in their own country because of constitutional limitations. But others will join. Many want to be a part of this effort because it is going to be a successful effort. And you see it reflected here today among countries of different backgrounds from different parts of the world, majority Christian some, majority Muslim others, who've come together. In fact, former adversaries who have joined here as part of this Board of Peace. And all was possible, and I want to acknowledge this again, because of the vision and the drive of the President of the United States. So thank you all for joining us here today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Please, if you could now turn your attention to the screens for a video message from the head of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, Dr. Ali Shaith.
Distinguished leaders, colleagues, and friends, it is an honor to be here today. I want to start by thanking President Donald J. Trump and his administration for their intensive efforts to advance peace in the whole region. I also thank Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, Qatar, and Turkey as mediators, the Palestinian Authority, and members of the United Nations Security Council for welcoming the comprehensive peace plan. These efforts created the opportunity for a new future in Gaza Strip. But what will really matter is what comes next. This transition will succeed only if it delivers real, tangible improvements in daily life for Gazans. As Chief Commissioner of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, it's my responsibility to turn this moment into action, to restore order, to rebuild institutions, and to create a future for the people of Gaza defined by opportunity and dignity, under the principle of one authority, one law, and one weapon. As a first step, I am pleased to announce the Rafah crossing will open next week in both directions. For Palestinians in Gaza, Rafah is more than a gate. It is a lifeline and symbol of opportunity. Opening Rafah signals that Gaza is no longer closed to the future and to the war. I want to be clear, there is much more work ahead, and none of it is easy. The road forward will involve difficult decisions and setbacks, but this is a real step, and it marks a new direction. Now, I would like to address the people of Gaza. من أرض الكنانة أتوجه الآن بكلمتي إلى أبناء شعبنا الصامد الصابر في قطاع غزة. لقد صمدتم وحافظتم على أسركم وأرضكم خلال سنوات عصيبة هجاف صبرت أعماقكم وكل الحدود. إن صمودكم الأسطوري له أعظم ما قدمت غزة، وهو الأساس الذي سنبني عليه سويا مستقبلنا. إن هذه اللحظة ليست للنظر إلى الخلف، بل مضي قدما نحو مستقبل زاهر مشرق، مستقبل ينشأ فيه أبناؤنا بلا خوف وقلق. يكافأ العمل وتفتح المدارس وتستعيد الحياة اليومية استقرارها وأمنها. إن المرحلة المقبلة تتطلب تضافر الجهود من قبل الجميع، ولكنكم لن تواجهوها وحدكم. أصواتكم لها وزن، وأعمالكم لها أثرها، والتزامكم بالسلام وإعادة بناء مجتمعاتكم ستحدد ملامح قطاع غزة الجديد. خطوة بخطوة وبالانضباط والعزيمة سنبني غزة قادرة على الاعتماد على ذاتها، ونرسم مكانها كمركز للحرية والفرص والسلام. Today I ask the international community not only to support this effort, but to work with us. Judge us by our actions, hold us to clear standards, and stand with the people of Gaza as we take this responsibility for our future. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I now would like to welcome to the podium U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome here. This is really my honor to be up here speaking. I remember when the President asked Jared, and of course our great Secretary of State, to work on something that the world thought was impossible, and unattainable. But the President, on this peace deal for Gaza, as on all other deals we work on his behalf, said we had to try. And of course, we were inspired by that. We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate. And I am so honored, Mr. President, to have worked on this on your behalf. I'd like to thank some people here who are here with us tonight who have done so much, done indispensable work to bring this deal together. Sheikh Mohammed, my good friend from Qatar, and Ali Al-Tawadi, Hakan, Fidan, and Ibrahim, General Hassan, and Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, and of course, President Sisi, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, former Special Envoy Ron Dermer, and Michael Eisenberg for all that they did. I would also like to thank our core working group and members of the Board of Peace who have been working nonstop on behalf of this incredible, noble effort, around the clock for months on end, sacrificing time with their families and their own personal lives because they believe in the mission and the vision that the President has set out for us. I'd also like to thank, those people include Tony Blair, Yakir Gabay, Josh Grunbaum, Aryeh Lightstone, Laron Tonkman, Admiral Cooper, General Frank, and I probably have forgotten some along the way. And then, perhaps most importantly, I want to thank our administration. We have an incredible team. It's amazing to work for this administration. I think you see the results that we get on behalf of the President because he inspires us so much. So I'd like to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, for all of his help and guidance, our Treasury Secretary, of course, the Secretary of State, who we work hand in glove with, and a special thanks to our Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who is always available to us for consultation, for steering, and for all else that she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I have to say, one of the great honors for me of being able to work on this has been working with Steve, who really is as brilliant as he is. His heart is tremendous. He's a lot of fun to be with. And even in some of these very difficult moments where we didn't think things were happening, working together really was an amazing treat. I'm going to go now today just through a couple quick slides just to show you the progress that's been made in the last couple months. It was just over 100 days ago that we got the final deal done, and everyone was celebrating and joyous about the hostages coming home and the end to this long war that nobody thought was possible. And Steve and I were panicking, saying, what do we do next? How do you implement peace? And as you guys know, peace is a different deal than a business deal because you're changing a mindset. And in Israel, there was 2 years of very intense war. For the people in Gaza, there was more than just 2 years of war. They had 20 years of hopelessness, being ruled by a terrorist organization. For the people in the Middle East, their hearts were pulled by this. And throughout the entire world, it really was weighing on us. And so we needed to think about, what do we do next? How do we change the habits? How do we change the behaviors? And we really got to work right away. And the team that Steve thanked, including the White House team and the team, the volunteers, it's really been an incredible effort, very entrepreneurial. And we really did it in the way. I've been working now with President Trump for 10 years on politics. And what continues to amaze me is that he always takes a first principles approach and says, what's the most optimal outcome? Aim for that. Whereas politicians are always focused on the downside or what could go wrong or how to make it a little bit better. He always says, aim for the best possible and do your best to get there. And if everyone thinks it's impossible, that's even more reason why you should aim for it. And so really thank you for the leadership and the inspiration for doing this. And I think you'll see today we've achieved more than thought was possible. And our ambition is still to go for something, I think, better than most people think is possible as well. So let's see if these things work. They never usually work. Good. So quickly, I'll go through this 2-year war, 90,000 tons of munitions. There's over 60 million tons of rubble there and tens of thousands of fatalities. Through the ceasefire, we were able to get to the 20-point plan, ceasefire, release of hostages. Getting the UN resolution passed was a huge, huge effort, really thanks to Mike Waltz and the whole team there. They did an incredible job. And we've then, with the help of the UN, we've worked very, very well with them. This is why you need a new organization like the Board of Peace to work with the UN. I want to thank Tom Fletcher. Did an incredible job of really getting it going. We've done historic humanitarian aid. Going forward, number one thing is going to be security. Obviously, we've been working very closely with the Israelis to figure out a way through de-escalation. And the next phase is working with Hamas on demilitarization, which I'll talk about in a second. But without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's see. So on the aid, I mentioned the UN. So now people are talking about famine. 100% of the food needs are met, and that's been overabundance. The cost of goods have gone down tremendously. Over 55,000 trucks have gone in, and over 1.4 million pallets. And it's been the largest humanitarian effort done into a war zone that anyone's been able to tell us about. This really has been a great joint effort that everyone's been able to do, and so it's a great thing. We all just heard from Ali. We have been so impressed. Steve and I were speaking to him and the entire committee. Such bravery of these people to step up, and we've worked with the Palestinian Authority, who's been helping us as well. But this committee is the first time it's a technocratic, apolitical committee. I really want to thank the Arab partners for helping us select the right people to do this, and we just need to believe in them and support them. I put this up here. It's probably a little too small for me to read, but this is really important if you saw the mission statement. So Hamas's mission statement was, we need to destroy the state of Israel. That has not worked well for the people, as we've seen. Their mission statement is, we are committed to establishing security, restoring the essential services that form the bedrock of human dignity, such electricity, water, healthcare, and education, as well as cultivating a society rooted in peace, democracy, and justice, operating with the highest standards of integrity, transparency. So these are the basic things. Their goal is to have peace and to help their people, which is an obvious mission statement for a government, but actually fairly novel for Gaza. So we did a master plan. We brought in, I thank Yakir Gabay, who's one of the most successful real estate developers and brilliant people I know. He's volunteered to do this, not for profit, really because of his heart. He wants to do this. And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen. Rafah will start with. This will show a lot of workforce housing. We think this could be done in 2-3 years. We've already started removing the rubble and doing some of the demolition. And then New Gaza. It could be a hope. It could be a destination, have a lot of industry, and really be a place that the people there can thrive, have great employment. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And we have a lot of data on what can be, but we think that this really gives the Gazan people an opportunity to live their aspirations. But it all starts with security, and it all starts with governance. Final note I'll just say on the Board of Peace, which is that all the lessons we're doing is we're basically studying the best practices from all over the world, and we're watching who does education the best, who does healthcare delivery the best. All of these things it's not secret IP. All this is IP that the Board of Peace is going to make public, and we want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. A lot of the things that President Trump is doing in America, if they're working, we should all be copying them. If we find what's working in other countries, we should be copying them too. And so what the Board of Peace will have the ability to do if we're successful with Gaza is really show how do you do peace implementation, which is something that when we got this deal done, we didn't really find too much expertise or know-how on how to do it. So as we're creating this system, hopefully it's something that we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future. So demilitarization, this is something we're starting now that we have a new government in Gaza. This government will be working with Hamas on the demilitarization to really take the principles that were agreed to in the document to the next phase, and hopefully that will be successful. Without that, we can't rebuild. So if Hamas does not demilitarize, that will be what holds back Gaza and the people of Gaza from achieving their aspiration, and that's very important. So the next 100 days, we're going to continue to just be heads down and focused on making sure this is implemented. We continue to be focused on humanitarian aid, humanitarian shelter, but then creating the conditions to move forward. So thank you. Final point I'll just make is this is really only possible because of the work of so many people and President Trump's great leadership. But a lot of you have been asking, how can we help? So the countries have all been incredibly generous. We'll be doing the first conference where we'll announce a lot of the contributions that will be made in a couple weeks in Washington. From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it. And then finally, I'll just talk to people on the media and on the social media, which is this deal only happened because we worked with Israel, we worked with Turkey, we worked with Qatar, we worked with Saudi, we worked with Egypt. I mean, everyone worked together. We worked with UAE. We all worked together to make this happen. I see a lot of people trying to escalate, criticizing Israel or Israelis criticizing Turkey or Qatar. Just calm down for 30 days. I think that the war's over. Let's do our best to try working together. Our goal here is peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Everyone wants to live peacefully. Everyone wants to live with dignity. Let's put our efforts towards promoting those who are doing the work to build this up, like Ali and his committee. Let's focus on the positive stories, and let's just calm down, turn a new chapter, and if we believe that peace is possible, then peace really can be possible. So we're going to continue to work every day. We need all of your help to do it. And again, I just really want to thank President Trump for his leadership in doing this. This would not have been possible without your commitment to this. Everyone thought it was impossible to end this war. You never gave up. You never stopped. Every time there was a setback, you told us to try harder. You gave us different ideas. And we've made several impossible things happen just in Gaza to date, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make even more impossible things happen. So really thank you for your amazing leadership.
Thank you, Jared and Steve. Now I would like to introduce and welcome to the podium the High Representative for Gaza, Nikolay Mladenov.
Mr. President, it's a great honor and a massive responsibility for me, for my team, for all of us to be here with you to begin this journey. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we will be sitting here with this group of countries, with this leadership, giving the people of Gaza a new chance? Who would have thought that last Friday I would be sitting, Mr. President, in Cairo with an amazing group of Palestinian technocrats, people who you don't see on the news, people who are not media personalities, but who are experts, who are committed to giving their people a chance in life. And this is what this is all about. For too long, Gazans, Palestinians, and Israelis have lived with conflict, with death, with destruction. Now, the page turns. And whether the page turns successfully really depends on all of us. We have the ingredients for it. We have the leadership of the United States and President Trump. We have a great group of countries joining the Board of Peace and more to come. We have a fantastic Palestinian team on the ground, and we must make it work. Our partnerships are there, our plans are in place, and we need your support. And finally, I look to all of you who are in this room and who are watching this meeting from their screens at home or in their offices. Please put away your talking points for a minute. Please put away your fears. Please put away your concerns. Please stop listening to the rumors and to the gossip. Focus on what we have to do today, because the future of 2 million Palestinians is at stake, and if we give them a chance, we will do more than that. We will create opportunities for 1 billion people who live in the Middle East and beyond, and who are responsible, also who want to see transformation and a chance in life for the future. So please join us on this journey, join the Board of Peace, and join us in supporting this excellent initiative. And thank you again, President Trump and the United States, for taking this decisive leadership forward.
Thank you. President Trump, would you like to make some concluding remarks?
Well, I just want to tell you it's all happening. And one of the first things I said when we really got involved in this project, and it's a big one, but it's very doable, I said to Jared and Steve and some of the other folks, including Larry Fink, and congratulations on the great success. The two of you have done a fantastic job. This is bigger and better than ever. We usurped some of your time for a very important reason, and you understand that better than anybody, and we appreciate that you're here very much. Thank you both very much. But I said that, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with the location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few places are like it. So we put together a team that's outstanding, a team that's done it before, a team that I think has done tougher jobs, if you want to know the truth. We've done some tough jobs. And we continue to, as far as the United States is concerned, we're behind it. And the United States has never been stronger, never been bigger, better. It's doing really well. You see that, building thousands of businesses, plants, factories all over the United States are right now under construction. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is just an honor to be involved with this and to be involved with the great people in this room and the great leaders that are sitting on stage. We thank you very much. And we have many others that have signed up, and they all want to be members of the Board of Peace because it really will be important. This is not going to be a waste of time. We waste so much time on things that never happen. This will happen, and it's already happening. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, how many countries? I think over 50. What is your plan for Ukraine, Mr. Trump? What's your plan for Ukraine, sir? What is your plan for Ukraine? What will you say to Volodymyr Zelensky today?
With Ukraine, as you know, today. I meet with the president, and we'll be discussing it. We're meeting with President Putin today or tomorrow, and some people are going over, and I think they're getting close. A lot of people are being killed. We got to get it done. If we don't get that done, it would be a disgrace.
When will you speak with President Putin? What are you going to do with Yemen? Only two EU countries. President, one last message for Switzerland, the Swiss government. What do you want to say to Emmanuel Macron? You refuse your...
Thank you very much, everyone.
What do you want to say to Macron?
When will you speak to President Putin? What do you have to say to President Macron?
Thank you very much, everyone.
What do you want to say to Macron? One last message.
La perche, s'il vous plaît. La perche.
Yes, I Donald Trump, we've heard that long board of peace. The peace deal that has been missing from the agenda set by Donald Trump here in Davos all week has been Ukraine. The attempt to get a question to him.
One of President Trump's next meeting will be, we think, with President Zelensky. But it is a fact that Ukraine has receded into the background at this meeting of the World Economic Forum. This annual meeting has been a really crucial forum for Ukraine ever since the invasion in 2022. Zelensky has been a regular. He's been a couple of times. He has been the main attraction on the main stage here. His address to the Davos conference that he will make today was only inserted into the program late yesterday or early this morning. Trump set an agenda. Other countries have had the choice to follow. We in the media make no apology for following that agenda. But it has been about Greenland. It has been about that great performance we've seen about Ukraine hasn't had the attention. Belatedly, it gets the attention today. President Trump has pushed back his departure. Zelensky has come. Witkoff says they're down to one issue. To what the issue is, but it does feel like the disagreements are just as entrenched as they were. The fighting goes on. We've spoken to Ukrainian representatives here, the boss of one of the largest power companies, who talks about only being able to provide electricity and heat 2 or 3 hours a day in Kyiv, and the winter there is incredibly harsh, minus 15 degrees. Vladimir Klitschko, brother of Vitaly, the mayor of Kyiv, this morning, he's in the fight of this war. Ukraine hope. Been talking leading into this meeting was that President Trump scheduled to come before the Greenland distraction. A reconstruction deal might $800 billion reconstruction deal, hoping to leverage all the capital money that is in Davos. It is an economic forum, remember, to attract the biggest banks, the biggest companies, the biggest financiers in the world. Ukraine, years of there is an opportunity in the rebuilding of Ukraine. That deal has disappeared from the agenda of the great something on that scale. And so President Trump is telling us they're getting close, they're making moves, but he wouldn't say when he was going to speak to Vladimir Putin, who is the biggest company involved in the agreement. Ukraine's very clear. They don't want to give up territory. Start that discussion about territory while the fighting goes on. Absolutely deliberate assault on Ukraine's main cities, power infrastructure, which would attempt to save Ukrainians from breaking with Ukrainian people negotiations. No. Crimen organizado, los delitos transnacionales son los gastos que tenemos que fortalecer nuestra capacidad. Por supuesto que tenemos que mejorar también la cooperación en estos países.
What do you make of this plan and will it actually work?
I think I'm very positive. I think that the system was broken. Over the last 3 years, I have stated at the UN General Assembly that the architecture that was drawn 80 years ago was broken, that we need to redefine a new architecture. So we really welcome President Trump's initiative to strengthen the collaboration, to bring new partners, to relaunch a new architecture to strengthen world peace. So I'm really positive about the effort.
What about America's allies that haven't signed on?
Well, some will come back first, others will come later, but I think the aim is to bring everybody together. I think that the aim of working for peace is something that is very, very good. I was the only Latin American country at the Sharm el-Sheikh meeting a couple of months ago. So our presence is very important. Now we have the president of Argentina also, so I'm sure that other presidents from the region will come.
Is the end goal to replace the UN?
No, I think we need to strengthen the global architecture. It doesn't matter how you call it, United Nations, Board of Peace, but the system was broken. The system was no longer being able to solve the problems that we face. So we need to understand, we need to face that we are in troubled times, and we need to work together.
What do you want to say to countries like Sweden and France that have decided not to join?
Well, they have their own dynamics, of course. They are more focused now on the issue of Greenland. I'm sure that this is letting them very unrest. But I'm sure that eventually they will come. They are very concerned, of course, about the same concerns that we have. It's not only Gaza, it's also the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So we need to bring together every party, every region, and I really celebrate this initiative from President Trump.
What would be your message to the Swedish Prime Minister, for example, who said this is not the club he wants to join?
It doesn't matter how we call. It doesn't matter how, if it's the UN, if it's the EU, if it's the G7, the G20, or the Board of Peace. We need to work together. The world needs the support of all the parties and all the countries.
But sir, isn't this undermining the United Nations and everything it has stood for, collaboration?
I'm very critical about the United Nations. I have made public opinions about this over the last 3 years. So the system was no longer working to solve the problem. So I celebrate that people is now realizing that we need to modify the system and we need to work together in something that works better.
Modify, not blend the United Nations.
Absolutely, absolutely. I truly believe in multilateralism. The United Nations was not able to solve the conflict in Gaza. President Trump has been able to solve it, so something has changed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Infantino, how can sports?
Infantino.
Be the best ever. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the
Please, 5 seconds.
Will this plan work, Prime Minister? We don't be near me.
He's always
Wow.
Coming from a country, the Republic of Kosovo, a country that was torn by war, and a country that today lives in peace because of American leadership, we are so profoundly grateful and so proud to stand alongside President Trump in this new initiative and this international organization, the Board of Peace, which I am very hopeful and I'm very confident will help countries around the world achieve the peace that they deserve and the peace that we now enjoy because of the countries that have stood by us. As I said, I strongly believe in the leadership of President Trump and his team, and now alongside the other leaders that have joined the Board of Peace, we will be giving our contribution to support through our expertise and a wide range support to make sure that this plan works. At the very front and center of everything we do is the lives of the people. This is about saving lives. I know that firsthand. We grew up as children of war, everyone in our generation, and today, thanks to the leadership of the United States of America and many other countries that stood by us, now we can come back and help and make sure that we carry peace forward.
If that's the case, why aren't the Europeans also on the piece of paper?
I'm sorry?
Why aren't the Europeans also on this piece of paper?
Because Europe it's not a piece of paper, it's a historic initiative. It's an initiative of historic significance that has one very visionary aim, and that is to bring more peace and safety to the world. And Europe can help with that, as they have helped in Kosovo, and we're a European country. I strongly believe that Europe can support this initiative to make sure that in every corner of the world we have more safety, we have more prosperity, and we have more peace for the people. As I said, the people's lives are front and center of this initiative.
How is it going to work?
How is it going to work? Obviously, achieving peace is a very complex thing, but what I see is I see aim, I see goal, and I see initiative from the leaders that have joined President Trump for all of them to help. As I said, with making sure that when there is strength through the American Peace and Strength formula, I think peace is always possible. It's not going to be easy, but when we all join forces to help people in need, that is always possible. Again, we speak from our own experience. About 25, 26 years ago, we were the country that was destroyed down to the ashes. And we were all rebuilt. We rebuilt our lives, not just the buildings. And we've rebuilt everything to become a beacon of hope and to become a beacon of peace in Europe and beyond. And by the way, according to international organizations, today Kosovo is also one of the safest countries in the world. So we need to make sure that this example is carried forward.
We just saw President.
Do you think it fits to the UN?
Now, as President Trump, he wants to work together with the United Nations. But let me be clear, we are a region that have both benefited from the UN, but mostly in peacekeeping, not peacemaking. When it was about achieving peace, when it was about peacemaking, it was all through the leadership of the United States. It was the US leading, and the rest were coming on board to make sure that peace is achieved. And then, of course, the UN helped to maintain that peace, and we're grateful for that role that the UN has played. But because of the very complex decision-making procedure that exists in the UN, there are more than just one country that has a veto. This has made things very, very difficult. Now with this new organization, the Board of Peace, I am very confident that peace can be carried forward in a much less complex way of decision-making. And as I said, we trust the intentions and we trust the leadership of President Trump, which is to bring peace to the world and to save lives. I haven't seen Serbia there, so I guess that's, yeah. I'm not sure whether they were invited.
You would encourage them to participate as well.
We encourage every country that believes in peace to participate in the Board of Peace.
Has the plan to basic gas
Now, of course, whenever the time comes, we want to support the United States of America and other countries that are involved in the Board of Peace. As I said, Kosovo has more than 20 years of experience on how to build peace, on how to maintain peace. Also state-building exercises and state-building experience through which we've become one of the safest, one of the most prosperous countries in our region. And I think this example can be shared because it's also about best practices, as you've heard Mr. Kushner saying. And Kosovo, I think, is one of those shining examples that can really give best practices on how to build and maintain peace.
Do you know if more European countries will be joining?
As you've heard President Trump, there are a lot of countries that want to join, but of course I would ask you to ask the White House for the names. But I know that there are a lot of countries that are showing interest to join the Board of Peace. I think it's going to be an extremely successful international organization when it comes to achieving real, tangible results and peace in the ground rather than just statements and rhetoric.
How can happy to stand alongside President Putin on the Board of Peace as well?
I'm sorry?
You're happy to stand alongside President Putin on the Board of Peace?
President Zelensky!
We've been
Пане президент, чому ви вирішили все ж таки приїхати в Давос сьогодні? Про що ви будете говорити з Трампом, пане президент?
In an international organization where Russia has the right to veto and causes wars that they never want to stop by using the right to veto, or to be in an international organization where Russia doesn't have the right to veto and where we can trust established leadership, which is American leadership, when it comes to making peace in the world. We choose the second one. Of course, we want to become a member of the UN in the near future. Russia, by the way, has been the country that has been blocking our membership. Now, with the invitation of President Trump, we are a member of the Board of Peace alongside countries, and we are a founding member of the Board of Peace as a country that can contribute to peace, not just in our region, but worldwide. Russia can be there as a member, but it's not a blocking member, and I think this is good news that they don't have the veto in the Board of Peace.
Who has a veto in the Board of Peace?
Well, as you can see from the chart of the Board of Peace, the United States is the founder and the chairman of the board, President Trump, but then the citizens are Thank you very much.
Тому що треба зараз взяти робити, якщо
там кажуть тісно.
I got you. I understand.
Наче пускають це. Я модем взяв, і карту в мене в Росії, я так само якось. Ну, сам не знаю. Давай, заряджай мобільний, може успіти. Американці ж організатори.
А, тобто тому вони менеджери, так?
Ми ж до них йдемо.
Тобто це перед.
Нічого не знаємо. Це на всякий випадок, якщо може запустить, може він.
Це зрозуміло. Вони підійшли, тому що коли вони брифали журналістів, сказали, ви з Пулу? Я кажу, ні. Вони кажуть, ми до вас не говоримо.
Треба було сказати, що буде є.
You're doing a great job. Thank you.
Really worried about the jacket. So tell me if this lady in the glasses is good. Okay, the guy in the jacket's not. Never know not. We get glasses in the first one. All of it is bad. Glasses, green jacket.
Тільки нашу кімнату по лестниці.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Бо ми зараз вже можемо заходити.
I can just make sure I know who's going. Y'all say it so I can just track. So you're the last one. Okay. I just won't.
He's good not.
He's okay.
Le soir, on met dans l'ordi.
Probably you can ask him to
Is this gentleman in the black suit coat with you right there? This man, or the camera? Is he with you? What about this guy?
No.
All right, you have to get out of here. Yep. These are your 5, right? Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Hey guys, this is White House pool and Ukrainian pool only. If you are not in the White House pool or the Ukrainian pool, you will be removed. Thank you. Don't hide.
What? I should go.
If the White House pool, if you see anyone you don't recognize, let me know.
And we'll try to go through. All right. That's going to be more every day.
Ouais, alors, ils viennent de dire au groupe, là, il y a deux caméras et des caméras qui sortent. Mais il n'a pas parlé. Alors, il y a une...
Саня, тобі картка потрібна чи ні?
Si vous n'êtes pas du coup, sortez, on va vous virer. Donc voilà. Je sais pas. Pardon? Je vois une, deux, trois, quatre caméras, 5. Ouais. Yeah.
Sorry, no, you're good. You're fine. Sorry, I look so scary. It's like a predator. Okay, that. I think.
On m'a dit que non. Normalement, on a plutôt cool.
It's very pretty. I don't think that's because it's not. It is digital.
Nous, on reçoit des textes, on envoie ça.
Так уже наш же заходит.
Can I take a poll of how many people do need a bathroom break? Is everyone? No. It's like
Right now. Your last chance for the next hour. 3+.
Is this the last trade? Still waiting. Well, are you in the pool? No, I'm getting some time because it's dark. Yeah, we're waiting for Zelensky's price. But you can't go in.
Саня, все добре? Ну, я получаю за тебе зараз. Так, Нікіфоров мені вставляє, чого не готові. Вовчик, ну що ти? Ноутбук візьми. Вася, тут Wi-Fi є? Давай, Вовчик, набереш. One. Тільки мені мозги хто ви? В будь-який момент
I am at the beginning, yeah. But they said all right.
Хочеш A można mnie się zapytać.
There's a delay. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll send them the double. What was that?
Yeah, you're a security badge. You just tell you are Zelensky. I could. I sort of look like him. Maybe. I'm not even going to pretend I can't. I would embarrass myself in front of the very august press corps. Okay, amazing. The eighth floor fixed.
Right.
World peace. Right. 3 p.m. Yeah. Yep. 3 p.m. I'll see you on the bus. You have your own van. How did you get here today? Your driver was revolting when I left. Our bus left. We were leaving. I saw the driver of your van saying, "I will not drive," and then he left. And then Doug drove the whole way. And And so I'm glad you found another driver. I was curious how this guy. It's going to solve us the autonomous cars. We have that. Yeah. All right. Well, I wonder. I'll see you all. You check this.
They didn't use the goodness.
Trolling us. I'm dressed for winter, clearly. I look like a snow bunny. I'm ready to go skiing. Oh, you are?
Again?
Don't even. Okay. No. How much sleep did you guys get last night? 3 hours. How much did you get? Like saying we got like 3 hours. And so last night, I was like, shit, we did nothing today. Get your ass up, let's do a YouTube workout. That's crazy great. Recording us, I don't think you're live right now. Say it right to a camera. Say it again. That's it.
誰が来る？ここが通るんじゃなくて、中に入るのを待ってる。あ、ここでなんか今からセッションがあるの？So there's a session started.
Yeah, I don't know
So we're waiting for some kind of session to open.
Yeah, to media, we are going inside It's a vibe. I don't know yet.
Thank you.
I know. We're thinking of you. Bye. Bye, friends.
See you next week.
Stop it.
Іншу дорогу, не так, як дуже чесно, не дуже довго. Півтори години на українську, півтори години на польську. Це стандартно.
А зараз продвиньте
Так і надо, наша ж редакція теж
Так, а потім як вони будуть звідси виходити, ні, в зал не будуть сюди.
What else?
Sorry, everybody will have to move.
We're going to have it. Yes. Can you move? These people aren't with us, right?
Everybody downstairs. Down the stairs. So sorry, yes. So everybody needs to move down the stairs.
Just these are staying.
If you're not with the Ukrainian or White House poll, then you have to head downstairs.
No, unfortunately not. Really downstairs.
You're fine.
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much.
Grace, so this is...
I don't know.
Чекай, може зайде.
They're saying, just give a minute.
I'm not going in. I'm not going in.
No, you're fine.
Go back.
I mean,
Also here we go here. All down the stairs, that's why I
Бо я тобі не допрацюю.
Если что, я просто занимаюсь.
Так.
Sorry.
You can talk directly to both viewers.
Die hebben nog niet meer.
Let me explain something. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No worries. Yeah, but yeah, no worries there. So no worries. You will.
It's not happening here.
If we have to go, we will let you know. So no worries.
Take good care of it.
I will open it.
Thank you. No worries, no worries. I'm not worried.
Me neither. Thank you. C'est pas grave, il va se ouvrir s'il le faut. Hein?
For now.
I have no private guidance updates. Just checking in.
Cancel?
When I have private guidance updates, I'll share them.
I'm hearing it's canceled. I'm hearing canceled.
We want to go to
And if he's going back to the yeah, right? Go on down to the fishing hole. No, of course, yeah. Sure. Yes. We got a spacesuit to get this house with you. Didn't know how to leave. Yeah, all these special powers. Yeah. And as the season went on, we learned new things. Yeah, well, that's the idea. Kids love it. It's terrible. It was a terrible show. It's going to be a serious show. And once they got into it, they realized only kids were watching, so they can't let us be cable. That was also good. Yeah, very good. Oh yeah, I remember the themes. Oh yeah, right. Well, they've got to take a lot of money. Well, Boss Hog always had it. I'm sure they've been arrested. He ran for office. He was a congressman. He wasn't a congressman. And he was in his leaders. I wish I was had his own spin-off where he played a good part of the top. The city.
Bathroom? Yes, we have bathroom. Who needs to go to the restroom? You must. I set your stuff down and go to the bathroom. No, No, yeah, post press. No press.
Sorry, it's
I would definitely go to the bathroom.
It's ended. The meeting already ended.
I don't know.
Okay.
Please. I don't know that. I just know they're not bringing press. Bathroom. I would definitely go to the bathroom. Yes.
me not do that in front of the camera?
I do it for there.
Cécile, je crois qu'il va troller Zelensky pour descendre quand il parle.
Pardon?
Je pense qu'il va troller Zelensky pour sortir quand il parle.
Ah, you see, for me. I don't want to get it from the ready.
Next question.
President Zelensky.
My boss is trying to get to her.
Tu vas revenir.
I think it's all like,
Is the line okay? The line is okay? Tu as la connexion de line? Non, la connexion du line est ok, je ne vais pas envoyer
What happened in the meeting, Mr. President? What has been achieved on Ukraine? Are you close to a deal, Mr. President?
I think the meeting was good. We have 4 ways to go. The meeting with President Putin today, as you know. The meeting was good with President Zelensky.
President, what's going to be the message to President Putin? What do you want President Putin?
The war has to end.
Are you close to a deal, Mr. President?
Something with Pakistan. Something with Pakistan. President, something with Pakistan.
We hope it's going to end. A lot of people being killed. Last month they had 30,000 people killed. 30,000 mostly soldiers. And it's really a war that has to end.
Something with Pakistan.
We didn't discuss that.
Mr. President, what do you expect from the meeting tonight?
Is it answer accept the charge, Mr. President?
I think the meeting was good. I think the meeting with President Zelensky was good. It's an ongoing process and a lot of people being killed.
What do you mean by total What do you mean by total?
With Russia. The meeting with Russia that will take place tomorrow. We're going to be meeting with President Putin. Had a very good meeting with President Zelensky. Everybody wants to have the war ended.
What do you mean by total access on Greenland?
Are you ready to visit him in Kyiv? Are you ready to visit him in Ukraine?
Did you get what you wanted on Greenland?
Mr. President, one word. How you could say the United Nations are something of the past?
I don't know if I have to go. Probably I will. For this one, I will. Well, but no, the one no. Ich habe ihn starker Kurs, aber du warst voll nach Vorgang. Ich habe das sicher probiert.
catching up with new dangers and attacks. We all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not waste a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head. And if he feels comfortable in Moscow, it doesn't mean we should let European capitals become little Moscows. We must remember what separates Russia from all of us. The most fundamental line of conflict between Russia and Ukraine and all of Europe is this: Russia fights to devalue people, to make sure that when dictators want to destroy someone, they can. But they must lose power, not gain it. For example, Russia's missiles are produced only because there are ways to bypass sanctions. It's true. Everyone sees how Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians. Now, our people, Ukrainians to death at minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Russia couldn't build any ballistic or cruise missiles without critical components from other countries, and it's not just China. Too often people hide behind the excuse that China helps Russia. Yes, it does. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan. Right now, many are investing in stability around Taiwan to avoid war. But can Taiwanese companies stop contributing electronics to Russia's war? Europe says almost nothing. America says nothing. And Putin makes missiles. And I thank every country, of course, and every company that helps Ukraine repair its energy system. This is crucial. Thank you to all who support the Pearl program, helping us buy Patriot missiles. But wouldn't it be cheaper and easier to just cut Russia off from the components it needs for missiles production? Or even destroy the factories making them? Last year, most of the time was spent talking about long-range weapons for Ukraine. And everybody said that the solution was within range. Now, no one is even talking about it. But Russian missiles and Shaheeds are still here. And we still have the coordinates of the factories where they are made. Today, they target Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be any NATO country. And here in Europe, we are advised not to mention tomahawks. Not to mention tomahawks to the Americans, not to spoil the mood. And we are told not to bring up Taurus missiles. When the subject is Turkey, diplomats say don't offend Greece. When it's Greece, they say be careful with Turkey. In Europe, there are endless internal arguments and things left unsaid that stop Europe from uniting and speaking honestly enough to find real solutions. And too often, Europeans turn against each other, leaders, parties, movements, and communities, instead of standing together to stop Russia, which brings the same destruction to everyone. Instead of becoming a truly global power, Europe remains a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers. Instead of taking the lead in defending freedom worldwide, especially when America's focus shifts elsewhere, Europe looks lost, trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change. President Trump loves who he is, and he says he loves Europe, but he will not listen to this kind of Europe. One of the biggest problems in today's Europe, though it's not often talked about, is the mindset. Some European leaders are from Europe, but not always for Europe. And Europe still feels more like a geography, history, a tradition, not a real political force, not a great power. Some Europeans are really strong, it's true. But many say we must stand strong, and they always want someone else to tell them how long they need to stand strong, preferably until the next election. But that's not how great power works, to my mind. Leaders say we must defend European interests, but they hope someone else will do it for them. And speaking of values, they often mean valueless. They are all like, we need something to replace the old world order with. But where is the line of leaders who are ready to act? Act now, on land, in the air, at the sea, to build a new global order. You can't build the new world order out of words. Only actions create real order. Today, America has launched the Board of Peace. Ukraine was invited, so was Russia, Belarus, though the war hasn't stopped. And there is not even a ceasefire. And I have seen who joined. Everyone had their reasons. But here is the thing. Europe hasn't even formed a united position on the American idea. Maybe tonight, when the European Council meets, they will decide something. But the documents were already signed this morning, and tonight they might also finally decide something on Greenland. But last night, Mark Rutte had spoken to President Trump. Thank you, Mark, for your productiveness. America is already changing its position, but nobody knows exactly how. So things move faster than we. Things move faster than Europe. And how can Europe keep up? Dear friends, we should not degrade ourselves to secondary roles, not when we have a chance to be a great power together. We should not accept that Europe is just a salad of small and middle powers seasoned with enemies of Europe. When united, we are truly invincible. And Europe can and must be a global force, not one that reacts late, but one that defines the future. That would help everyone from the Middle East to every other region in the world. That would help Europe itself, because the challenges we face now are challenges to the European way of life, where people matter, where nations matter. Europe can help build a better world. Europe must build a better world, and a world without war, of course. But for that, Europe needs strength. For that, we must act together and act in time. And most of all, we must have the courage to act. And we are actively working to reach solutions, real solutions. Today, we met with President Trump, and our teams are working almost every day. It's not simple. The documents aimed at ending this war are nearly ready, and that really matters. Ukraine is working with full honesty and determination, and that brings results. And Russia must become ready to finish this war, to stop this aggression, Russian war against us. So the pressure must be strong enough, and the support for Ukraine must grow even stronger. Our previous meetings with President of the United States brought us air defense missiles, and thanks Europeans, they helped also. And today we also spoke about the protecting the skies, which means protecting lives, of course. And I hope America will continue to stand with us. And Europe must be strong. and Ukraine is ready to help with anything needed to guarantee peace and prevent destruction. We are ready to help others become stronger than they are now. We are ready to be part of a Europe that truly matters, a Europe of real power, great power. Today we need that power to protect our own independence, but you need Ukraine's independence too, because tomorrow you may have to defend your way of life. And when Ukraine is with you, no one will wipe their feet on you, and you will always have a way to act, and act in time. This is very important. Act in time. Dear friends, today is one of the last days of Davos, though definitely not the last Davos, of course. And everyone agrees on that. Many people believe that somehow things will work out on their own. But we cannot rely on somehow. For real security, faith is not enough. Faith in a partner, in a lucky turn of events. No intellectual discussions are capable of stopping wars. We need action. World order comes from action, and we just need the courage to act. Without action now, there is no tomorrow. Let's end this Groundhog Day. And yes, it's possible. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
The President wanted me to sit, but I think you deserved every part of that standing ovation.
Thank you so much,
Mr. President. It is very good to have you back. How did your meeting with President Trump go?
Honestly.
Of course, honestly. But of course in the interest of your country.
Yes, it was in the interest of my country. Yeah, the meeting was, I think...
would never question that.
No. The meeting was good, thanks to President, and thank you that he found time for us. And it's really, today I saw like my team, and they spoke with the American team. And before my meeting with President Trump, my team spent a lot of time with Americans. And even I wanted to ask President Trump to give them American passports, because I think that they, really spend a lot of time. But be honest, I think that the meeting is very important. We need in our boat, I hope this is the boat, this is ship to peace, and we need very much to have the United States. For the future, for security guarantees, we understand that Europe has to be more stronger, but Europe will need time. And today America is very strong, and I think that our teams worked well and I think this like last mile, which is very difficult, which during any dialogue with any president, I have to defend the interests of my country. That's why the dialogue is, maybe it's not simple, but today it was positive.
Okay.
That's enough.
I think that's a good answer.
Thank you.
We know that Jared Kushner and also Special Representative Steve Witkoff is traveling this afternoon to Moscow. I think that I think now it all is also about when Russia is ready to stop the war. And it's hard to really understand what is in the head of Mr. Putin too. But what do you think are the current calculations in Moscow?
First of all, yes, American team will go to Moscow today. Yes, they waited for our meeting with President Trump, and now they will go, and my team will meet American team, and I think that it will be the first trilateral meeting in Emirates. It will be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, it will be 2 days meetings in Emirates. I hope that Emirates know about it. Yes, sometimes we have such surprises from American side. Yeah, but in any way they will go there, and I think this is good. If on the technical level we'll begin this trilateral meeting, I hope that we will find some. I don't know. Russians have to be ready for compromises, because everybody has to be ready, not only Ukraine, and this is important for us. So we will see what the result will be, but that Russians will meet, that our guys meet today with Americans, then Americans will meet with Russians tomorrow. Today is at night. I don't know when. I don't know. Maybe Putin is sleeping. You said that nobody knows what is in his head. Yes, but
they might have to wait a little bit for the meeting.
I don't know. I don't know, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we will have trilateral. Our guys will have trilateral meetings. It's better than not to have any kind of dialogue. So we are under attacks. People live without electricity, and we are in a difficult situation. But Russians also in a difficult situation. We are answering on their attacks, and God bless. The war will stop. I hope so.
And what is now the most difficult part for Ukraine? We know it's attack on your whole energy system and electricity, but then there are also the casualties on the borders. So the humanitarian situation is more challenging now than a year ago.
Yes, with Russia attacks energy, and they are focusing on it. And this is not a secret. This is not a mistake. This is their goal, to make blackouts in Ukraine. And they attack mostly civilians. They don't use a lot of missiles, these expensive missiles. What about I spoke before? They don't use it on the front. They use it against civilians, infrastructure, critical infrastructure. It's about everything, and hospitals, kindergartens, schools. But mostly it's about all about that technical things which which are focusing on destroying electricity, heating systems, water supplies, everything. Yes, this is where we are. This is the face of Russia, and really this is the face of this war. We have defending systems. We really created, I think, great ideas with drones, interceptors. We'll use them. We really produce them about 1,000 per day. We really produce about around that. But it's not enough. It's still not enough. Russia has about 500 drones, Iranian drones, each day, and dozens of missiles, ballistic missiles. And even those systems what partners gave us, of course they could give us more. Yes, and I spoke with President Trump today about it again, and I hope it was the last words, my last words. You know, like in Ukraine said, everybody remember only the last words. So my last words been several times to President Trump: don't forget about air defense, don't forget about Patriots. And so this is very important for us. during this winter. So I think that this is all these attacks. I can't say that these attacks make us stronger, because it's about our people. The people, I mean, they are surviving. They are surviving in any case, but they are heroic people, civilians and soldiers, because they are not losers of this war, and this is important. They fight for their families, houses, and of course, for the freedom, and of course.
Wow. Would you be willing to say something on about the situation on the borders?
You mean contact line?
Yeah, contact lines.
It's Russia wants to have a border there, but it's contact lines.
I'm glad you corrected me, Mr. President.
No, it's okay. It's not the first time for me.
It is not okay, but you know, coming back to the borderline. So, would you like to say something about that?
Yes. Look, I mean this again, it's about technologies, and I wanted to show you, but I had some technical questions, but I wanted to show you how we work. We see online the war. We see the real enemies. We see our losses and Russian losses. Russian losses are the biggest what they had ever. So I'm just sharing with you, the real statistic is 35,000 killed per month. 35,000 soldiers. Last year, these months, it was about 14,000. So Russia is not thinking about it, but we think about it. We think how they lose and how many soldiers they lose. We know that they mobilize 43,000 per month, and they begin to lose 35. From these 43, you have to know that about 10–15% are run away, and there are some wounded, but you can understand that their army stopped increasing. This is important because of our drones technologies and our operators of drones. But in any way, we want to stop tomorrow this war, of course. But you have to know that if the war will continue, Russia will start to lose the number of their army, or Putin will decide to mobilize this country, his country, I mean.
Maybe last question, because I know you also need to go back to Kiev.
It was not interesting with me, yes.
Your people is behind you and showing my watch all the time. I would love to continue for another 15 minutes, Mr. President.
But not more.
15 is okay?
No.
No.
Okay. The last question. Yeah.
So my last question, Mr. President. How can the people here at the World Economic Forum and in Davos support the most? I think you heard the applause. I think everyone wants to also show solidarity with you and the country.
To defend our land, this is a very expensive task. So if during Economic Forum we can find as small businesses as possible which can open offices in Ukraine, it means that you really trust and you believe that peace will come, and that you really, yes, a little bit risk now, a little bit. We decided at the beginning, be honest today, a little bit, but we need your offices and companies. It means that you believe and you trust in Ukraine, in our independent life after the war. This is the biggest chance what you can do to invest now, to give jobs for our people. And I think this is the most important. This is real support, not words, real support. Jobs, money, investment, come often to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
understandings, and also resolution. So it's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled to have Elon Musk here. He came all the way from California to be here to see all of you. So thank you, Elon.
You're most welcome. I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
we got one.
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm going to, as I said, I'm a pretty proud CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock to our shareholders was 21%. Since Elon took Tesla public, his compounded return is 43%. This is just another advertisement for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth, investing with their countries. Imagine if a lot of pension funds invested with Elon when Tesla went public, and how much return would all the pension funds that invested side by side with Elon and the growth. So a spectacular return. There's very few companies. Well, I don't think there's any other company as large as Tesla today that has that compounded return. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a good measurement.
Well, we have an incredible team at Tesla, and that's the reason.
So I want to get into the dirt, the meaningful component about technology, the possibilities. I want to talk about AI and robotics, energy, space, and the progress ultimately coming down to engineering discipline, scale, execution. And few people, if not anyone, has the experience and the fortitude to confront these issues head on. Not just the ideas, but the execution across so many different technologies, Elon, and that's why I thought it was important for us to have this dialogue here in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time. When you look across those efforts, what do they have in common from an engineering standpoint?
Well, they're all very difficult technology challenges, but the overall goal of my companies is to maximize the future of civilization, like basically maximize the probability that civilization has a great future, and to expand consciousness beyond Earth. So if you take SpaceX, for example, SpaceX is about advancing rocket technology to the point where we can extend life and consciousness beyond Earth, to the moon, to Mars, eventually to other star systems. And I think we should always view consciousness, life as we know it, as precarious and delicate, because to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of life anywhere else. You know, I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but
or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
Okay.
But I think if anyone would know if there are aliens among us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. So I'm like, I don't know. Bottom line is, I think we need to assume that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be us. And if that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness, a tiny candle of consciousness that could easily go out. And that's why it's important to make life multiplanetary, such that if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster on Earth, that consciousness continues. That's the purpose of SpaceX. Tesla is obviously about sustainable technology, and and also at this point we've sort of added to our mission sustainable abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. I mean, we need to be very careful with AI. We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, Terminator. He's got great movies, I love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Elon, can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow? And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, I mean, a way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that the robots will actually make so many robots and AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. There will be such an abundance of goods and services because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So,
but how do you then have human purpose in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect, but it is a necessary. You can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then it's narrow.
It's narrow, yeah. Exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine said they have elderly parents. It's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people.
Right.
So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. I think we will have those things. So, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I think there's a more interesting time in history.
But can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can. I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock,
right,
that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. And, you know, there is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like, there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, and you know, it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy, manufacturing scale. What are the bottlenecks to get there? And that, once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's broad and not narrow?
I just think the natural thing is it's going to be very broad, because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models. And the open models only lag, they're maybe a year behind the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the you know, those are a huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment is fundamentally electrical power.
It's just right. It's energy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year,
yeah.
max.
Yeah. It's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. Except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar is 1,500 gigawatts a year, and they're deploying over 1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, you know, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, I don't know, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right. So
U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. China, just in solar, in solar that can provide steady state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. And actually, when you look beyond, or even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, and burnt 3 more Jupiters and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. I mean, you can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States, and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question: why aren't we doing it?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, we'll call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So the 100 mile by 100 mile area is, I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses. And the same is true, actually, I mean, for Europe. You could take a small part, you could take relatively unpopulated areas of, say, Spain and Sicily and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is.
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high, because China makes almost all the solar,
What would it take for Europe or the U.S. to build it commercially, if it's that scale?
Yeah, I think. Well, I can tell you what we're going to do. SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
Right.
So the SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S. of manufactured solar power, and that'll probably take us, I don't know, about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers, I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the U.S. Tariff policy, but for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large scale solar.
So I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks in the factory. We expect probably later this year. By the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks, but still deployed in an industrial environment. And probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
You're already seeing that in Tesla cars. The software changes that you're doing, and what is it? Every quarter now, a software change that upgrades the ability of a robot within the car.
Yes, the Tesla Full Self-Driving software, we update it sometimes once a week. Recently some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe, when Tesla Full Self-Driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance if they use Tesla Full Self-Driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company? Is that part of the agreement then?
Yeah. I think self-driving cars is essentially a solved problem at this point.
Right.
And Tesla's rolled out a sort of robotaxi service in a few cities, and
right.
will I think be very, very widespread by the end of this year within the U.S. And then we hope to get supervised full self-driving approval in Europe hopefully next month.
Really that quickly?
Yeah, and then maybe a similar timing for China, hopefully.
I want to move to space because historically space is very capital intensive. It historically been done by governments. Obviously SpaceX changed the whole model. But we've seen it slow to scale, and now I'm starting to see it ramping up in what you're doing and other things. Talk to us about the automation and AI, how it's changing the economics in building and preparing for us in operating in space.
Sure. Well, the key breakthrough the major breakthrough that SpaceX is hoping to achieve this year is full reusability. So no one has ever achieved full reusability of a rocket, which is very important for the cost of access to space. We've achieved partial reusability with Falcon 9 by landing the boost stage. We've now landed the boost stage over 500 times. But we have to throw away the upper stage. The upper stage sort of burns up on re-entry for Falcon 9. So, and the cost of that is equivalent to a small to medium-sized jet. So, but with Starship, which is a giant rocket, it's the largest flying machine ever made.
That's a rocket that you're using for the idea of going to Mars, right?
Yeah, Mars and the Moon, as well as for high-volume satellite stuff. So, Starship. Hopefully this year we should prove full reusability for Starship, which will be a profound invention because the cost of access to space will drop by a factor of 100 when you achieve full reusability.
Right.
It's the same sort of economic difference that you would expect between, say, a reusable aircraft and a non-reusable aircraft. Like if you have to throw your aircraft away after every flight, that would be a very expensive flight. But if you only have to refuel, then it's the cost of the fuel. And so that's really the fundamental breakthrough that gets the cost of access to space, we think, below the cost of freight on aircraft. So, you know, under $100 a pound type of thing, easily. Wow. So it makes putting large satellites into space very low, very cheap. And then when you have solar in space, you get 5 times more effectivenher, maybe even more than that, than solar on the ground, because it's always sunny.
It's cold.
It's always sunny, so you don't have a day-night cycle or seasonality or weather, and you get about 30% more power in space because you don't have atmospheric attenuation of the power.
Right.
The net effect is solar is 5 times more. Any given solar panel will do 5 times more energy in space than on the ground.
Is there any capacity in doing that and then taking that power and bringing it back to Earth? Is there any way of doing that, or you're just taking that power and utilizing it for the needs, like building AI data centers in space?
I think the case, it's a no-brainer for building solar-powered AI data centers in space, because as you mentioned, it's also very cold in space. If you're in the shadow, then it's very cold in space, just 3 degrees Kelvin. So you just have solar panels facing the sun, and then a radiator that's pointed away from the sun, so it has no sun incidence, and then it's just cooling. It's a very efficient cooling system. So net effect is that the lowest cost place to put AI will be space, and that'll be true within 2 years, maybe 3 at the latest.
Wow. So looking 10 or 20 years out, how would you describe success with AI or space technology, and where do you see it? Are you more certain what's going to happen in the next 3 years, or 5 or 10?
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing, I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I would say no later than next year. Wow. And then probably by 2030 or 2031, call it 5 years from now, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
We only have a number of minutes left, but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're
about peace.
Right. I want to. I would frame this question by: you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. What inspired you? Who's inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books.
Yeah, we talked about
and comic books, and I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. This seems incredibly implausible. But I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact, we want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek, really, for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'm just interested if I could be beamed up to go back to New York. I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
Talking about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah, I would say like
that's a long commitment.
I've been asked.
Isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months? That's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months. But the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. There's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
Well, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.
da jetzt keine Abschrankung? Dann laufen sie nicht durch.
Ich glaube, das ist nicht so
C'est avance, avance, avance. Ah putain. Sorry. Sorry.
Some guys du mec, pas mes mecs.
Ah bah ça doit être l'idée.
Non, le mec il a fait une fois. Bien sûr, c'est le bordel. Il a rentré là-dedans. Sur la sécurité, donc bien sûr,
Non mais c'est mort hein. Ok. Là, c'est fini de toute façon, non?
I think it's obvious for all of us, is to keep Europe united. It works. And it's one of the most critical moments in our relations with our partners, with our friends, and this is why our unity is really priceless. And I'm talking not only about the EU, but also our cooperation with the UK, Canada, Iceland, Norway. Yeah, transatlantic partners. In fact, we put the EU for not to be the most important partner when it comes to our security, etc. And we always accepted leadership. już nie mówię o przeciwnikach. Więc na pewno dobrze się stało, że Unia się jakoś mobilizuje i nabiera więcej zaufania do własnych możliwości, ale źle byłoby, żeby, bo może niektórym takie pomysły przychodzą do głowy, mam nadzieję, że nie, żeby z tego zrobić jakiś antyamerykański, bo tutaj tradycje amerykańskie w Europie Zachodniej też były dość żywe, bo ja uważam, że teraz jest kryzys, czy był bardzo poważny, najpoważniejszy od lat. Trzeba mieć dużo cierpliwości i wewnętrznego spokoju, żeby przetrwać te miesiące, ale więzi transatlantyckie to nie jest coś, co jest policzone na miesiące, ani nawet na lata. To są całe dekady. Dzięki tym dekadom my w ogóle żyjemy. Polska jest wolna i niepodległa właśnie dzięki temu, że niezależnie od różnych napięć i czasami kłopotów, kryzysów w relacjach między różnymi państwami Zachodu, na końcu wygrywała jednak wspólnota całego Zachodu. Więc przetrzymajmy ten trudny czas.
Panie premierze, czy nie jest tak trochę, że część nie leży po stronie Europy? Cały czas ten sekretarz generalny NATO, że Donald Trump wstrząsnął Europą, a prezydent Stanów Zjednoczonych dzisiaj w Davos znów przywołał przykład Hiszpanii.
Co do tej konkretnej kwestii, bo Hiszpania była tutaj przykładem tego, że nie wszyscy płacą tyle, ile mają płacić na obronność, to ja nie mam żadnych wątpliwości. I że ta perswazja, czy twarde stawianie sprawy, że każdy musi proporcjonalnie płacić na bezpieczeństwo całego Zachodu, dla mnie to jest bezdyskusyjne. Polska jest tutaj najlepszym przykładem. Myśmy jako pierwsi wyciągnęli wnioski z narastającego zagrożenia i poważnie zajęliśmy się inwestowaniem w nasze możliwości obronne. Nas nikt nie musiał do tego z zewnątrz przymuszać. Natomiast warto jednak sobie uświadomić, że kluczem dla całej wspólnoty transatlantyckiej, kluczem bezpieczeństwa Europy i Stanów Zjednoczonych było wzajemne zaufanie, a nie przymus. I o tym musimy wszyscy pamiętać i musimy, z taką otwartością o tym mówić. W końcu jesteśmy przyjaciółmi w NATO i szerzej, w całej wspólnocie Zachodu. I dlatego jak coś nie pasuje, coś się nie podoba, to mówmy o tym otwarcie, ale nie stosujmy na przykład przymusu czy szantażu jako metody politycznej, bo ona na końcu do niczego nie doprowadzi. A Europa zjednoczona i jasno formująca swoje cele, ale przy tym odpowiedzialna, jeśli chodzi o obronę, to będzie najlepsze lekarstwo na te kłopoty.
Myślę pan, że wszyscy wykonali swoje zadanie, instrukcje Davos, czyli prezydent zachował się zgodnie.
Rozmawialiśmy z prezydentem kilka razy, wymienialiśmy też refleksje na temat tego, co się może zdarzyć w Davos i muszę powiedzieć, że moje sugestie, jak najbezpieczniej dla Polski byłoby się zachować, jeśli chodzi o Radę do Spraw Pokoju. Prezydent prawdopodobnie był tego samego poglądu, więc ja nie chcę tutaj w żaden sposób sugerować, że wydawałem polecenia jakieś, nie o to chodzi. Ale cieszę się, że moja opinia którą wyraziłem bezpośrednio i przekazałem panu prezydentowi, że została zrealizowana. Prawdopodobnie dlatego, że obaj mieliśmy podobny pogląd w tej kwestii. Słuchajcie, rozmawiałem długo z prezydentem na temat tego, o czym mówi konstytucja, o czym mówią ustawy w tej sprawie i nie wykluczam jednak poważnej debaty w naszym parlamencie. Oczywiście potrzebna jest też dyskusja i zgoda w rządzie. Wszyscy byli zaskoczeni, nie mówię o Polakach, w ogóle wszyscy byli zaskoczeni, bo tutaj tempo, jakie zaproponował prezydent Trump, było kosmiczne, a sprawa jest bardzo poważna. Niektórzy uważają, że to jest wręcz alternatywa dla ONZ, więc jest to jakaś rewolucja międzynarodowa, geopolityczna. Jednak trzeba bardzo poważnie podejść i przeanalizować wszystkie za i przeciw. I ten $1 miliard, kłopot bardzo poważny dla niektórych, ale to nie jest pierwszy i najważniejszy problem do oceny. Zobaczymy na spokojnie, na chłodno, nie na kolanach, bez jakichś antyamerykańskich emocji. Na spokojnie to ocenimy i podejmiemy decyzję. It's the main topic. It's absolutely obvious for all of us that we have to do everything to protect our relations with the transatlantic relations. And the most important thing, not only for me, is that, trust was always the most important foundation for our relations with the United States. We all respected, and in Poland it is something absolutely crystal clear. We respected and accepted American leadership. But what we need today in our politics is trust and respect among all partners here, not domination and for sure not coercion. It doesn't work in our world. Yeah? Thank you.
the situation is still very volatile. If this comes again next week, what's our approach going to be?
I think broadly speaking, yes. I've looked at a summary of the respective positions of EU heads of state. Yes, I think there's a broad agreement and solidarity with Denmark in particular, and with Greenland, and with all members of the EU. So if there's a threat of tariffs to 5 or 6, then it's a threat of tariffs to the entire EU. We have a trade agreement with the US. We should maintain that, in my view, and both US and Europe should honour that.
Would you like to see a collective agreement with the EU? For example, do you think Hungary could be Hungary not to take that?
Well, I'm not going to. I think Europe, and there will be a discussion on this, I suspect, later this evening. We know there are some individual member states who will take action in accordance with their own positions and so on like that. But I think we tend to work with the majority within the majority have tended to take positions. That's what I see emerging, a more collective response. But I do think we can't lose sight of the focus on Gaza. There are a number of committees have been established, a technical committee. There are interesting people on that who I think can make a difference to Gaza, and to trying to get a resolution there, and to try and, like when I met the Prime Minister staff today, the key issue was shelter. Absolute dire need for shelter in Gaza. And so we have people working on the humanitarian side, but you do need proper governance to enable some semblance of the essentials of society to return to Gaza: education, healthcare, shelter, and then reconstruction. Well, I'm not going to. I think Europe, and there will be a discussion on this, I suspect, later this evening. We know there are some individual member states who will take action in accordance with their own positions and so on like that. But I think we tend to work with the majority within the majority have tended to take positions. That's what I see emerging, a more collective response. But I do think we can't lose sight of the focus on Gaza. There are a number of committees have been established, a technical committee. There are interesting people on that who I think can make a difference to Gaza, and to trying to get a resolution there, and to try and, like when I met the Prime Minister staff today, the key issue was shelter. Absolute dire need for shelter in Gaza. And so we have people working on the humanitarian side, but you do need proper governance to enable some semblance of the essentials of society to return to Gaza: education, healthcare, shelter, and then reconstruction. And those are the key objectives. And there are good people that have been nominated on some of the layers of governance that apply to Gaza. And that's something that I'm interested in, and something that Ireland would like to contribute to. The Board of Peace is a much broader, which we hadn't envisaged in terms of its breadth, and we would have concerns that no other alternative institution or organisation can replace the UN or have any overlapping remits, if you like, than the UN. Well, couldn't fault an Conra Ine idir staidénta agus an Europe agus an médibre íon Mark Rutte agus tá sé laistigh de prósé sin is agus caihamid gach éanaí ar a dhéanamh chun an scéal réiteach i gceart
agus is mahan rudé go raibh an Europe in an tach le chéile, seasamh le chéile, seasamh tíobh hir le Denmark agus an rud is táchtaí fi láthir inis ná an Ukraine. Scahimi de Rubio Ukraine an Soskogig a oil mar stochlete an médine taig fáil váisiún agus an brú gnáhhainte an Ukraine fi láthir. Olcan scéile fade Caimid a gacénéireachta sinna stoppa imóthúm go féráta agus a son cosfuinter le tír of son. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Schritt für Schritt dabei, die Themen zu bearbeiten, die wichtig sind für unsere eigene Wettbewerbsfähigkeit, für unsere eigene Verteidigungsfähigkeit. Und ich muss sagen, ich bin sehr zufrieden damit, wie das im Augenblick geht.
Herr Bundeskanzler, des Deals ist eigentlich die transatlantische Partnerschaft nicht klinisch tot, weil es jetzt keine Verlässlichkeit mehr gibt? Oder inwiefern sind Sie das?
Ich habe heute Morgen in meiner Rede in Davos zum Ausdruck gebracht, dass ich sehr viel Wert darauf lege, dass wir jedenfalls versuchen sollten, die NATO zu erhalten. Ich habe auch den Eindruck, dass viele Amerikaner das mit uns so sehen. Dieses transatlantische Bündnis gibt man nicht einfach mal so auf. Wir haben das über 75 Jahre aufgebaut. Es ist das erfolgreichste politische Bündnis, das es jemals zwischen Europa und Amerika gegeben hat. Es ist kein reines Militärbündnis, sondern es ist ein politisches Bündnis. Es ist die Klammer zwischen Europa und Amerika. Und ich hoffe sehr, dass es uns gelingt, dieses Bündnis aufrechtzuerhalten. Aber ich weiß auch, dass wir auf dem europäischen Teil der NATO, im europäischen Teil der NATO mehr tun müssen für unsere Verteidigungsfähigkeit. Da hat sogar der amerikanische Präsident recht, wenn er uns dies immer wieder gesagt hat. Seine Vorgänger übrigens auch. Jetzt machen wir es. Wir haben einen sehr erfolgreichen NATO-Gipfel in Den Haag gehabt im Juni. Die NATO ist jetzt auch im europäischen Teil dabei, ihre Verteidigungsfähigkeit zu stärken. Wir geben alle sehr viel mehr Geld aus. Wir wissen, dass wir das leider müssen, weil wir uns verteidigen müssen. Aber auf dem Weg sind wir. So, vielen Dank.
First of all, I would like to express how grateful we are in the Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland, for all the support we have received from all over Europe. It has been extremely important in this very difficult situation that we have been placed in. And I think that when Europe is not divided, when we stand together, and when we are clear and strong, also in our willingness to stand up for ourselves, then the results will show. So I think we have learned something during the last couple of days and weeks, and now we, of course, want to find a solution. So there is one thing that has something to do with NATO. We have asked NATO to be more present in the Arctic region, I think everybody in NATO agrees about that, the Arctic states, but also other member states, that we need a permanent presence from NATO in the Arctic region, including around Greenland. And then we will discuss in a more traditional, political, diplomatic way with the US about our bilateral relationship between the Kingdom of Denmark and the US. You're asking about red lines.
we have them. Of course, I think it's clear for everybody that we are a sovereign state, and we cannot negotiate about that because it's a part of the very basic democratic values. But of course, we can discuss with the US how we can strengthen our common cooperation on security in the Arctic region.
Prime Minister, will Denmark give any territory in Greenland to the United States, even if it's only for military bases?
We have said from the very beginning that a discussion about our status as a sovereign state, it cannot be discussed, it cannot be changed. We are willing to work together with the US, of course, as we have always done, about security. But our red lines that are our democratic rules cannot be discussed.
Can you still trust the USA?
Sorry?
Can you still trust the US?
I mean, we have been working very closely with the US for many years, but we have to work together respectfully, without threatening each other. And therefore, I, of course, hope to find a political solution within the framework of democracy and how we cooperate as allies.
Prime Minister,
Can you please
Prime Minister, did Trump's bullying win in the end?
Excuse me?
Did Trump's bullying win in the end? And I'm not sure I heard whether you said you were willing to renegotiate the 1951 pact.
We have a defense agreement with the US. We have had it since 1951. We said to the Americans a year ago that we can discuss our agreement on defense, but it has to be in the framework of us as a sovereign state, of course.
And on the bullying, Prime Minister.
Prime Minister, has your relationship with the US ever changed?
Aftalen fra 1951 om amerikansk brug af baser i Grønland. Kan man forhandle om at udvide det? Giver amerikanerne nogle flere muligheder, end de har i dag for at operere i Grønland?
Må jeg ikke helt generelt sige, at det har været dejligt at se den brede europæiske støtte, som det danske kongerige har modtaget her igennem det seneste stykke tid. Der har nu været en række samtaler, også med den amerikanske præsident. Vi arbejder videre af 2 spor. Der er et NATO-spor, som handler om, at vi skal have et stærkere NATO-tilstedeværelse i og omkring Grønland og i det hele taget i det arktiske område. Og så er der et ønske om, at der skal være en dybere snak mellem Danmark og Grønland på den ene side og USA på den anden side. Jeg kommer ikke til at gå i detaljer med de samtaler. Vi har en aftale omkring forsvar fra 1951. Kan vi udbygge den yderligere, så er det bestemt ikke noget, vi afviser, hverken fra dansk eller fra Grønlands side. Men det er jo vigtigt at sige, at vi har samarbejdet omkring sikkerhed med USA i rigtig, rigtig mange år. Det skal selvfølgelig foregå på en ordentlig og på en respektfuld måde, og det afprøver vi nu, om kan lade sig gøre.
Kan du blive mere konkret på, hvad det er, man kan give amerikanerne, som vi ikke har i dag? Nu åbner du op for, at man godt kan revidere den aftale, der ligger.
Det er ikke noget, jeg åbner op for nu. Altså, det har vi sådan set talt med. Altså, da den her diskussion startede med amerikanerne, der var der et meget klart tilsagn fra os om, at vi kunne snakke forsvar, og det er jo i regi af 51-aftalen, at vi kunne tale sikkerhed bredere. Det er i regi af NATO. Der har været et tilsagn fra Grønlands side om, at man kan tale investeringer, og man kan tale mineraler, og det er selvfølgelig inden for rammen af, at det er Grønland, der bestemmer over deres undergrund. Og på forskellige vis har vi meget, meget klart signaleret over for amerikanerne, at vi kan arbejde sammen. Det gør vi allerede i dag. Det ønsker vi også at gøre yderligere inden for de rammer, som nødvendigvis må være for en sådan aftale.
Kan de forhandlinger, der nu skal i gang, kan de også komme til at handle om privilegeret amerikansk adgang til udvinding af råstoffer, sjældne jordarter? Kan det blive en del af de forhandlinger, der nu skal i gang?
Altså, Naalakkersuisut har jo fra starten af den her diskussion sagt, at man gerne vil lave aftaler med amerikanerne, også på råstofområdet, og at man ønsker, at der er flere, der investerer i det grønlandske samfund. Så det er sagt for efterhånden lang tid siden fra Naalakkersuisut.
Over hvem der skal have adgang til udvikling?
Jeg kommer ikke til at gå ind i alle spørgsmål nu. Altså, jeg tror, alle kan se, hvor svær en situation vi har befundet os i igennem lang tid. Nu er der aftalt mere sådan traditionelt politisk diplomatisk spor, og der kommer vi til at gå i detaljer med de her forskellige spørgsmål.
Men hvad er så egentlig forskellen på den rammeaftale, der blev indgået i går? Hvad er forskellen på det og det, som Danmark jo hele tiden har tilbudt USA? Men hvad er forskellen, som har gjort, at Trump nu har sagt ja?
Altså, vi har i hvert fald fra starten sagt, at vi ønsker et fortsat samarbejde med USA, men at det bliver nødt til at foregå på en ordentlig måde, og at vi selvfølgelig har, man kan kalde det nogle røde linjer, man kan kalde det nogle værdier, man kan kalde det nogle principper, det slutter og starter samme sted, nemlig omkring vores suverænitet og i øvrigt grønlændernes ret til selvbestemmelse. Det er det, vi kan diskutere på baggrund af. Så har vi sagt til NATO, at vi synes, der skal være et stærkere NATO-tilstedeværelse i det arktiske område. Det har man lyttet til nu, og det begynder vi så for alvor forhåbentlig at få gjort konkret. Det mener jeg sådan set tjener alles interesse. Vi kan diskutere det her i lang tid. Jeg synes ikke, man skal true sin allierede. Nu må vi se, om vi kan finde et svar på nogle af de spørgsmål, som er blevet rejst, og det vil vi i hvert fald gøre, hvad vi kan fra vores side. Jamen, jeg synes, at Europa har sendt et meget klart signal over de seneste par uger. Det er jeg meget, meget taknemmelig over. Jeg synes også, det klæder Europa. Jeg synes, det er tydeligt, når Europa ikke lader sig splitte, når vi står samlet. Og når Europa står fast på det, vi selvfølgelig skal stå fast på, nemlig nogle af de allermest grundlæggende værdier, så er vi stærke. Og det er vi i øvrigt også med vores indre marked. Og derfor, når der bliver truet, så skal der svares tilbage, og det har Europa gjort. Så det signal, Europa har sendt igennem et par uger, det er også det signal, der skal sendes efter mødet i aften.
Forstår du det på, at Trump han vil efterleve den her aftale, eller han så godt kunne spotte den igen i morgen?
Jeg går ud fra, at man respekterer de aftaler, der er, men jeg lægger jo selvfølgelig mærke til alle taler, jeg lægger mærke til alt, hvad der bliver sagt, og jeg tager mine forholdsregler i forhold til alt, hvad der foregår i den her tid. Jeg synes, at de seneste uger har vist, hvad Europa kan, når Europa vil. Det er jo ikke Europa, der har ønsket at have en konflikt med USA. Det tror jeg aldrig, Europa kommer til at ville ønske. Når vi bliver truet, et af landene og efterfølgende en række lande med tariffer og told, så når Europa siger, jamen, så svarer vi selvfølgelig igen, og så gør vi det, vi mener, der er nødvendigt, både for at passe på os selv, men også fordi, hvis nogen gør noget, så svarer vi selvfølgelig tilsvarende. Det kan man høre. Og det er jo ikke fordi, at vi ønsker at optrappe noget, eller fordi vi ønsker en konflikt, men fordi vi varetager europæernes interesser og Europas interesser. Og det har vi haft tradition for at gøre sammen med amerikanerne, og jeg håber selvfølgelig, at det også vil være sådan i fremtiden. Tak skal I have.
How do you just say, we're transatlantic relations?
relations entre l'OTAN et Donald Trump?
Écoutez, je pense que d'abord on se réunit aujourd'hui dans ce Conseil informel européen pour marquer l'unité des Européens en soutien du Danemark, de son intégrité territoriale, de sa souveraineté, et pour aussi acter que quand l'Europe est unie, forte, réagit vite, les choses rentrent dans l'ordre et dans le calme. Et moi je me félicite qu'on a commencé la semaine avec une forme d'escalade, des menaces d'invasion et des menaces tarifaires, et nous sommes revenus à une situation qui me paraît beaucoup plus acceptable, même si nous restons vigilants. Et donc ce qu'il faut en conclure, c'est que quand l'Europe réagit de manière unie, en utilisant les instruments qu'elle a à sa disposition, et tandis qu'elle est menacée, elle peut se faire respecter. Et c'est une très bonne chose. Et donc c'est la politique que à la fois la France et les Européens veulent mener. Nous sommes pour la paix, pour la stabilité. Nous sommes pour que l'ordre international soit calme. Et quand nous sommes menacés, ou qu'un d'entre nous est soumis à des pressions, des contraintes, il est normal qu'il y ait une solidarité. Qu'en utilisant les instruments qui sont les nôtres, nous nous fassions respecter. C'est ce qui s'est passé cette semaine. Maintenant, on va discuter ce soir, je pense, des exercices que l'OTAN aura organisés. La France est tout à fait disponible pour y participer. Je redirai aussi à la Première ministre danoise notre plein soutien dans les discussions qui seront à conduire. Et nous restons extrêmement vigilants et donc prêts à utiliser les instruments qui sont les nôtres si on était à nouveau sous le coup de menaces. C'est aussi une bonne occasion de rediscuter la situation en Ukraine, à la fois notre soutien financier et militaire de court terme, la planification des garanties de sécurité que nous avons actées il y a quelques semaines à Paris. Et je pense que c'est à cet égard aussi une bonne manière de se retrouver.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous pensez que M. Trump agit ou parle comme un allié ou un ami de l'Europe?
Écoutez, je ne suis pas là pour qualifier, les choses rentrent dans le calme et donc il faut s'en féliciter. Et je pense que maintenant les choses, il faut qu'elles soient plus stables et plus prévisibles. C'est ce qu'on veut tous.
Quel est le président Trump a pu donner son accord et quel rôle joue l'accès aux ressources?
Écoutez, là aujourd'hui il y a une discussion qui va s'engager dans le cadre de l'OTAN pour la sécurité, dans le cadre des relations bilatérales qui existent entre le Danemark et les États-Unis. Et je pense que tout ce qui relève de la souveraineté relève de cette discussion bilatérale et dans la main des Danois. Ce n'est pas à nous, si je puis dire, de parler à cet égard. Et donc les principes restent les mêmes, il faut aborder ça avec beaucoup de calme. Allez-y, je vais retrouver mes...
Vous avez eu des échanges un peu tendus à distance avec le président Trump. Qu'est-ce que vous êtes parlé? Est-ce que vous pensez que les relations vont continuer comme ça avec les...
Je ne sais pas, ça ne dépend pas de moi. Écoutez, moi je suis extrêmement calme et constant. Ça fait 9 ans que vous m'entendez parler d'indépendance européenne, d'autonomie stratégique européenne, de respect de la souveraineté partout. On le fait en Ukraine, on le fait pour la Palestine, on le fait pour le Danemark. Et nous sommes prévisibles. Simplement, on entend que la France soit respectée, que l'Europe soit respectée. Et à chaque fois qu'elles ne le seront pas, nous nous exprimerons et agirons avec clarté. Voilà.
Monsieur le Président,
sur le navire, le pétrolier soupçonné d'être russe?
Nous continuons d'agir avec clarté là aussi. Nous avons expliqué que la flotte fantôme était un problème pour nous tous parce qu'elle permettait de financer l'effort de guerre de la Russie et qu'elle contrevenait aux règles et aux sanctions que nous avions décidées. Et donc la marine française a agi en bon ordre pour faire respecter le droit et venir contrarier le mouvement d'un navire qui contribue justement à cette flotte fantôme. Donc c'est une bonne chose, ça montre l'efficacité de la marine française et la constance de notre effort. Merci beaucoup, messieurs et dames.
is een crisisstop. In hoeverre is wat u betreft de crisissfeer uit de lucht?
Nou, dit is geen crisisstop. Dit is een top over de transatlantische relaties. En ik denk dat het heel goed is dat we, ondanks het feit dat gisteren de angel er wel uit is, dat we vandaag met elkaar over die transatlantische relaties spreken.
Klinkt alsof u zegt, zo urgent is het niet meer.
Nou ja, de angel is eruit. Maar ik denk dat het wel goed is dat we met elkaar spreken. Omdat de verhoudingen zijn natuurlijk de afgelopen periode wel veranderd. En tegelijkertijd is die transatlantische relatie ontzettend belangrijk. En dat betekent dat we als Europa echt sterker moeten worden en sterker moeten staan. En tegelijkertijd ook militair in Europa, binnen het verband van de NAVO, ook veel meer onze eigen positie moeten bepalen. En dat is goed om daar ook hier vandaag in de Europese Raad over te spreken.
En wat moet er wat u betreft dan zo snel mogelijk gebeuren?
Ja, ik denk op de economie echt zorgen dat we, en daar hebben we natuurlijk binnenkort ook nog een Europese Raad over, zorgen dat we echt die economie versnellen in Europa. Dat is ontzettend belangrijk, want economie is een van de onderdelen als het gaat over power politics. En tegelijkertijd, we hebben natuurlijk de top gehad van de NAVO in Den Haag. Daarbij afgesproken dat de defensieuitgaven worden verhoogd. Dat we dat ook echt gaan doen, in Europa ook. En daarmee het Europese aandeel in de defensie kunnen versterken en ook veel meer daarmee zelfstandig kunnen opereren.
Maar moet er dan bijvoorbeeld zo'n Europese Veiligheidsraad komen? Moeten de Fransen de kernwapens ook voor ons beschikbaar stellen? Waar denkt u aan?
Oh nee, ik denk dat het vooral belangrijk is dat de Europese defensieindustrie heel intensief samenwerkt. Dat we binnen Europa ook zorgen dat we defensie zorgen dat dat veel meer gezamenlijk optrekt. En dat we daarmee ten opzichte van de dreiging, bijzonder vanuit Rusland, veel sterker kunnen staan. En daarmee ook zelfstandig kunnen opereren en niet meer volledig afhankelijk zijn van die belangrijke transatlantische bondgenoot die het ook zal blijven, namelijk Amerika.
Maar is dat genoeg als je ziet dat die belangrijke bondgenoot en beschermer van de EU zich ook zo kan opstellen?
Nou, het is een enorme opgave, laat het ook helder zijn. Want ook de beslissing over het verhogen van de defensieuitgaven van de Europese partners is niet zonder slag of stoot gegaan. Dat moet ook de komende periode fors worden doorgezet. En op de economie, we praten natuurlijk al vrij lang over het versterken, bijvoorbeeld van de interne markt, over zorgen dat we de economie, over deregulering, en dat moet echt veel intensiever gebeuren om te zorgen dat we zowel militair als economisch veel sterker staan ten opzichte van de diverse machtsblokken die er in de wereld zijn.
In hoeverre vertrouwt u er nog op dat de Amerikanen ons echt beschermen als het nodig is?
Ja, NAVO en artikel 5 zijn buiten discussie. En in die zin blijft Amerika onze belangrijkste bondgenoot in Europa. Dan moeten we de transatlantische band ook gewoon blijven koesteren. Hij verandert, maar hij is zeker niet weg. En ik heb eerder gezegd, we moeten er niet nostalgisch naar terugkijken. Maar we moeten wel vooruitkijken en kijken hoe Europa een zelfstandigere positie kan innemen.
Tot slot, president Zelensky die heeft vandaag gezegd dat Europa eigenlijk te weinig vaart maakt, te weinig vooruitgang boekt. Wat vindt u daarvan?
Ja, ik snap de frustratie van Zelensky, want die voert al bijna 5 jaar oorlog. Een vreselijke oorlog die onverminderd doorgaat, waarin Rusland de agressie zeker niet afneemt. De grote vraag ook is Rusland echt wel bereid tot vrede? En ondertussen zijn we met elkaar aan het praten, Europa, Amerika en Oekraïne. Dus ik snap zijn frustratie, maar we werken er snoeihard aan met elkaar. Ik heb net begrepen, maar ik heb er nog geen contact over kunnen hebben, dat Zelensky heeft gezegd dat wat uit het gesprek met Trump is gebleken dat de veiligheidsgaranties akkoord zouden zijn. Dat zou echt een ontzettende mooie, belangrijke stap zijn als dat daadwerkelijk zo is.
En zal Amerika met deze onvoorspelbare president die veiligheidsgaranties dan ook nakomen?
Ja, daar heb ik geen zorgen over, omdat uiteindelijk ook die veiligheidsgaranties zullen worden vastgelegd, niet alleen maar bij mondeling afspraak of het ondertekenen van een brief, maar dat worden echt stevige, vermoedelijk ook verdragsrechtelijke afspraken die ook door menig parlement zal moeten worden goedgekeurd.
Ligt er inmiddels een draaiboek voor wat er gebeurt als Amerika wel zijn handen van Oekraïne afhoudt?
Wacht even hoor, kunt u die vraag nog één keer herhalen?
Wat gebeurt er als Amerika wel inderdaad onvoorspelbaar wel zijn handen van Oekraïne afhoudt? Gaan we daarover praten?
Nee, we zijn vooral bezig om te zorgen dat we met Amerika die veiligheidsgarantie voor de Oekraïne vormgeven. En dat gaat werken. Daar zijn we mee bezig. En daar hebben we Amerika ook gewoon snoeihard voor nodig.
Je zegt aan het begin, de angel is er nu echt uit, maar op de langere termijn. Gaat u er vanavond met uw collega's over praten wat de langere termijn strategie wordt als het gaat om de relatie met Amerika?
Ja, het heet niet voor niks een informele bijeenkomst over de transatlantische relatie. En dat betekent dat we het daar dus over hebben, omdat we zien dat de dingen veranderen. Dat betekent ook dat we reëel moeten zijn en moeten kijken hoe Europa zijn bijdrage veel meer kan versterken, zowel op het gebied van defensie als op het gebied van de economie. Daar veel meer de samenwerking zoekt, daar veel meer als één actor optreedt. En ik kijk in die zin tevreden terug de afgelopen periode. Want ik denk dat de afgelopen dagen de Europese Unie, maar ook in Europa, samen met het Verenigd Koninkrijk en Noorwegen, de gezamenlijke solidariteit naar Denemarken hebben getoond en ook de eenheid hebben getoond.
De Europese Raad is natuurlijk geen debatclub. Er is de afgelopen weken natuurlijk wel wat gebeurd in de relatie met de Amerikanen. Hoe zou u dat omschrijven?
Ja, ik denk dat Amerika laat zien dat ze zeg maar Make America Great Again echt heel letterlijk nemen en erg voor hun eigen positie kiezen. Maar dat we uiteindelijk in de transatlantische relatie altijd wel weer in staat zijn om die positie van Amerika goed te verbinden met ook het Europese belang. Maar daar moeten we wel echt ook in de toekomst meer naar kijken hoe we dat op een manier kunnen doen die voor beide partijen, Amerika en Europa, zeg maar, meer bevredigend verloopt dan dat we af en toe elkaar gaan dreigen met maatregelen die niet horen bij de relatie die Amerika en Europa heeft.
U heeft natuurlijk ook de toespraak gezien, of in ieder geval vernomen wat Trump in Zwitserland heeft gezegd. Hoe kijkt u eigenlijk naar zijn analyse over het verval van Europa? Heeft u niet ook een beetje gelijk?
Ik ga geen toespraken duiden. Dat lijkt me niet mijn rol. Misschien na mijn pensioen als premier. Maar zelfs dat betwijfel ik. Maar ik denk het belangrijk is dat ook gisteren weer is gebleken dat we ten aanzien van Groenland en het Arktisch gebied weer de samenwerking hebben gezocht en hebben gevonden waar we het met elkaar over eens zijn. Namelijk dat de veiligheid van het Arktisch gebied, dat het daarom gaat en dat we daar elkaar op hebben gevonden. En daar nu, goed, het zijn raamwerkafspraken, nu vooral door Koninkrijk Denemarken moeten worden ingevuld.
Een vraag van Mercosur, dat komt misschien vandaag ook langs. Hoe kijkt u ernaar? Wat vindt u dat de Europese Commissie nu moet doen na deze sneuze stemming in het Europees Parlement?
Ik denk gewoon doorgaan. En ik heb begrepen dat zojuist in de Kamer een motie van die strekking ook is aangenomen. Dus dan zeg ik dat met nog meer enthousiasme. Hartelijk dank, tot ziens. Bye bye.
Bun. În primul rând, e un Consiliu European informal care are ca obiect relația transatlantică și asta are mai multe componente, cum intuiți, Groenlanda, tarife, Ucraina foarte important. Posibil să discutăm și de Mercosur. Și mesajul meu general este că avem nevoie de această relație transatlantică, Europa și România, și că e foarte bine că, așa cum cumva anticipam, în urma dialogului, o oarecare escaladare care se produsese s-a diminuat și am revenit în parametrii normali. Poziția României este că, pe de o parte, evident, suveranitatea este ceva important care ține de dreptul internațional și, pe de altă parte, orice chestiuni care țin de apărare, care sunt legitime, trebuie purtate, mai ales în contextul în care e vorba de două țări NATO, trebuie purtate prin dialog.
România este pregătită să ia în serios scenariul unirii. Avem niște declarații care vin să fie virale zi de zi. Acum, spuneați anterior că împreună și că România, de fapt, este pregătită să ia în serios scenariul unirii, juridic, politic și instituțional, nu doar simbolic.
În momentul în care o majoritate în Republica Moldova va dori asta. Pentru moment nu suntem acolo.
Domnule președinte, ce s-a întâmplat cu acel propunerea președintelui Trump pentru Consiliul pentru Pace? Înțelegem că ați analizat, au apărut informații cum că ați refuzat, nu există acel miliard de dolari?
Nu. O să discutăm după mai în detaliu toate lucrurile astea. Vă dați seama că nu e vorba de o chestiune simplă, da? E vorba de o cartă care angajează statul român într-o chestiune internațională și trebuie să fie făcută o analiză a raportului dintre drepturile și obligațiile care ar rezulta din această cartă cu toate celelalte carte, Carta ONU, de exemplu, la care România este parte. Cam asta e.
Declarațiile critice pe care le-a avut Zelenski la adresa liderilor europeni. Ce poate să facă Europa mai mult și România în acest sens?
Da, important este dialogul. Bineînțeles că dumneavoastră în media sunteți foarte importanți și declarațiile publice sunt de asemenea importante pentru opinia publică. Important este dialogul și pentru moment suntem într-o poziție de echilibru. Ne vedem după. Just one, yeah.
Do you think the relationship with the US has broken forever? Do you think it can be fixed? What do you make of this week's results?
I think it was not at all broken. I think we can discuss, we are here now.
Thank you.
Kako ste? Koliko vas je puno? Može? Dobro večer. Evo, nakon sastanka Svjetskog gospodarskog foruma u Davosu, protekla 3 dana, došli smo na neformalnu večeru Europskog vijeća sa jednom temom. Tema je raspraviti odnose između Europske unije i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država u svjetlu svih recentnih zbivanja i Greenland i naravno inicijativa Odbora za mir kao i drugi napori gdje je potrebna koordinacija glavnih zapadnih saveznika poput kriznih situacija u Ukrajini, to jest okončanja ruske agresije na Ukrajinu i naravno stvaranja preduvjeta za trajni mir i na Bliskom istoku. Naša poruka je svih ovih dana bila vrlo jasna, solidarnost sa Danskom, sa Grenlandom u pogledu njihovog suvereniteta i teritorijalne cjelovitosti, ali istodobno potaknuti nastojanja da se dijalog između saveznika, Sjedinjenih Američkih Država i europske članice NATO-a i članice Europske unije jesu prijatelji i saveznici. Transatlantske veze bile su okosnice izgradnje suvremenog svijeta pa i međunarodnih organizacija u razdoblju nakon Drugog svjetskog rata i mislim da je itekako važno da pronađemo rješenja za ponekad i različita stajališta koja nas opterećuju. U tom kontekstu jučerašnji govor predsjednika Trumpa u Davosu gdje je u biti najprije poslao poruku da je zainteresiran kupiti Grenland, a ako to ne bude da neće baš biti najsretniji, međutim istodobno da ne kani i ne misli koristiti silu, čime je de facto došlo do deeskalacije te situacije odmah. Drugo, napori koji su se vodili u jednom užem krugu u kojem je sudjelovao glavni tajnik NATO-a o tome da sve zapadne saveznice koje su prisutne na Arktiku postignu određeni multilateralni aranžman kako ojačati sigurnost tog prostora su svojevrstan način da se smire tenzije i naprotiv da se organizira zajednička suradnja najprije onih zemalja koje na tom prostoru i jesu, onda naravno uz podršku svih ostalih NATO saveznica, O tome sam razgovarao nešto i sa glavnim tajnikom NATO-a kada je bio u Zagrebu prije 10-ak dana, tako da ćemo i večeras pokušati u toj širokoj raspravi vidjeti kako upravljati transatlantskim odnosima u godinama koje su pred nama. Hrvatska je naravno lojalna članica i Saveza i Europske unije i želimo da odnosi među svim partnerima budu što iskreniji, sa što većim poštovanjem, sa što manje tenzija i nerazumijevanja.
Gospodine Plenković, ima li sa strane SAD-a poštovanja prema Europskoj uniji?
Ovo jesu specifična vremena, ono što je očito da se živi u vremenu političke komunikacije gdje se često kaže riječ više, kvalifikacija više, onda izaziva reakcije i to je cijeli problem u cijeloj ovoj priči. Međutim, ne doima mi se da je sa strane Europe članica bilateralno ili nas svi skupa bilo poteza koji bi na određeni način prouzročili takvo ponašanje. Dakle, ovdje je jedan kontekst u kojem mi danas moramo se dogovoriti i koordinirati kako da očuvamo jedinstvo, a da se odnosi što je više moguće baziraju na onome što nas povezuje i na onome što nas razdvaja.
Može više vjerovati predsjedniku Trumpu nakon Grenlanda?
Pa ja mislim da je on dosta reterirao tijekom jučerašnjega dana i da je izjava i ministra vanjskih poslova, koji je bivši premijer.
Det er i øvrigt også positivt, at den amerikanske præsident, og det er jo det, der førte frem til det, har haft en konstruktiv drøftelse med NATO's generalsekretær om sikkerheden i Arktis, fordi det er, som du også sagde, det er jo et anliggende for os alle sammen. Vi ved jo godt, at situationen i Arktis er under forandring. Alle købte visionen om Arktis som lavspændingsområde. Vi lavede det arktiske råd. Siden har tingene udviklet sig. Vi ser en oprustning i russisk Arktis. Vi ser en større grad af kinesisk tilstedeværelse, ikke ved Grønland, men i andre dele af Arktis. Blandt andet jo muliggjort af, at Rusland har skabt et stadig større afhængighedsforhold til Kina, for at kunne finansiere og muliggøre deres angrebskrig i Ukraine. Og det skal vi jo tage alvorligt, men som du siger, det gør vi bedst sammen. Og jeg ved jo, at NATO's generalsekretær i går altså har forsøgt at tegne den vision op, som vi også har arbejdet for i kredsen af arktiske kyststater i NATO. Så det har været et godt døgn. Væsentligt bedre situation i morges, da jeg vågnede, end i går morges, da jeg vågnede. Men hvis man tror, at alt er fryd og gammel, og man kan ånde lettet op, så tager man nok fejl. Der er et stykke arbejde, der skal gøres. Men mit håb er, og det er jo blandt andet muliggjort af den stærke solidaritet, der har været for Europa, det er, at vi nu kan komme ind i en ordentlig dialog med vores amerikanske allierede om, hvordan vi bedst løser det her. Vi lavede jo en aftale i Washington i sidste uge med vicepræsidenten og udenrigsministeren. Det er en aftale, vi holder, og det er også en aftale, som nu får liv igen, fordi den amerikanske præsident i går jo meget klart sagde, at nu skal vi have det her til at lykkes, og han har lagt opgaven præcis hos vicepræsidenten og udenrigsministeren. Så det tager vi hul på, og jeg forventer, at det første højniveau-møde, som jo bliver på departementschefsniveau fra dansk og grønlandsk side, kan finde sted i en ikke alt for fjern fremtid. Og det går vi så konstruktivt ind i, selvfølgelig med respekt for kongerigets røde linjer. Jeg er ikke kommet til Stockholm for at bede om svensk støtte. Jeg er kommet til Stockholm for at takke for den støtte, vi har fået, og i øvrigt tak for det tætte samarbejde, vi har i alle spørgsmål. Og jeg håber, at temperaturen trods alt er gået så meget ned på det her spørgsmål, at vi nu også i fællesskab kan koncentrere os om andre vigtige ting. Og lige nu og her er det jo ikke mindst den alvorlige situation i Ukraine, som på en eller anden måde har været fortrængt af europæisk presse og europæisk politik nu i et antal uger, og hvor vi i den grad har brug for, at vi læner os ind på Ukraines side. Så tak skal du have.
Tak, Claus. Der öppnar vi upp för frågor. Vi börjar med Danmarks Radio.
Ja, til Lars Løkke Rasmussen. De forhandlinger, som du forventer, tager deres begyndelse om ikke så frygtelig længe. Forhandler Danmark stadigvæk med en allieret? Og til Maria, Jag läste idag i en tidning att den svenska regeringen har gjort slut med USA. Hur ser du det?
Vill du börja, Lars?
Jeg synes spørgsmålet til dig var en my skarpere end det til mig. Ja.
Vi har inte gjort slut med USA. USA är viktigt för Sverige och vi ser relationen till USA väldigt långsiktigt och alltså bortom en enskild administration. Därför är det viktigt att hålla fast vid vårt transatlantiska samarbete. Det är viktigt att vi inte utmanar varandra som allierade utan just håller ihop och bygger vår säkerhet tillsammans, precis som vi behöver göra på Grönland och i Arktis. Men också utveckla handeln, och då är det bättre med inga tullar än med mer tullar, för det är så vi bygger vårt välstånd.
Men är ni fortfarande vänner?
Vi är fortfarande vänner med USA, men vi accepterar inte att man uttalar sig som man har gjort mot Grönland och mot kungariket Danmark. Det är därför vi också har varit mycket, mycket tydliga i våra protester mot detta.
Altså, jeg føler mig fuldt dækket ind, at du svarede. Altså, USA er en allieret. Vi har sammen, og Danmark var med fra dag 1 i 49, skabt NATO-alliancen. Mest succesrige forsvarsalliance i verdenshistorien, som har holdt fred på vores kontinent, og som stadigvæk jo er kernen i hele vores sikkerhedsarkitektur. Jeg tror, enhver kan se, at det også er en alliance og et venskab, der er udfordret. Men det er jo udfordringer, vi skal prøve at overkomme. Og det er jo også derfor, vores tilgang hele tiden har været til den amerikanske præsident, at vi vil gerne være konstruktive. Selvfølgelig med respekt for det, der er nogle helt grundlæggende principper i den her verden. Folkens frie selvbestemmelsesret, nationernes suverænitet. Men med det en mente, så vil vi gerne være konstruktive. Og det, jeg har en oplevelse af, blev opnået i går, det er jo en forståelse for, at det kunne også være en vej frem. Det er ikke det samme som, at det lykkedes, men det er det, vi nu skal give et ordentligt forsøg.
TT.
Ja, Patrik på TT. Först till den danska utrikesministern. Kan du berätta mer, vad vet ni om det här avtalet och ramverket som det har pratats om? Trump pratar om total access till Grönland. Och vad finns på bordet egentligen att förhandla om från dansk del? Och så till Sverige, vad kan Sverige göra för att backa upp Danmark ännu mer i det här?
Hvad ved vi? Vi ved det, vi skal vide. Fordi vi har haft en tæt konsultation med NATO's generalsekretær igennem lang tid. Vores forsvarsminister og den grønlandske minister med ansvar for udenrigsanliggender var i Bruxelles i sidste uge. Og vi arbejdede intensivt, det har vi også gjort sammen med Sverige, Norge, Finland, Canada, på at få skabt et større NATO-engagement i hele spørgsmålet omkring det høje nord og Arktis. Og derfor har vores positioner jo været fuldstændig velkendt for NATO's generalsekretær, da han gik i det møde i går, som har fået det positive udkomme, at der nu er åbnet en dør for, at vi igen kan have en ordentlig forhandling mellem kongeriget, altså Danmark og Grønland på den ene side, og USA på den anden side. Så det er jo en dør, som jeg selv troede, jeg havde åbnet i sidste uge, hvor den så har været lukket i igen, og som nu er åbnet på ny. Og det er det, der er det helt afgørende. Og så har jeg den tilgang til hele det her spørgsmål, at det har været problematisk nu at have i virkeligheden jo altså 13 måneder, fordi de første udtalelser fra præsidenten kom, før han blev indsat, hvor den her diskussion har været en diskussion på sociale medier med hårde udsagn. Det kommer aldrig til at skabe en løsning. Så min mission, kedeligt som det er at undgå at skabe overskrifter og breaking-bjælker, og så få flyttet den her konversation ind i et ordentligt mødelokale. Og der er vores tilgang til den, som det har været hele tiden, at vi har en tæt relation, vi har aftaler mellem kongeriget og USA, ikke mindst 51-aftalen, som kan akkommodere i princippet alle amerikanske ønsker. Amerika har så valgt at skrue ned, Under den kolde krig havde de 17 militære installationer og baser i Grønland og omkring 10.000 deployeret personel. Nu har de kun én base og 200 mennesker. Og vi synes, det er en god idé, ligesom vi også selv bygger op i Arctic Endurance med flere øvelser, så synes vi, at det er en god idé, at vi øger engagementet i NATO, som USA også er en del af. Også med henblik på at have en mere permanent NATO-tilstedeværelse, ikke bare i Grønland, men i Arktis. Og det er det, vi vil forfølge. Og jeg tror i virkeligheden, at det også matcher den amerikanske præsidents idé. Så jeg tror, altså we share the objectives, but not necessarily the methods. Og nu er der så skabt en åbning for, at vi kan få de ting til at passe sammen. Altså, og det mener jeg sådan set, at Mark Rutte har spillet en positiv rolle i at få faciliteret.
Vi kommer alltid att stå vid Danmarks sida. Jag tror precis som Lars Løkke Rasmussen har sagt vid flera tillfällen att det bästa vi kan göra nu är att sänka temperaturen och att ha samtal istället för att hota varandra. Så jag är glad att vi har haft den utvecklingen det senaste dygnet. Och rent konkret så vill vi ju också bidra till NATOs insatser för stärkt säkerhet i Arktis. Och vi bidrar ju också konkret redan genom vårt ledarskap för FLF Finland, som också handlar om att träna för underarktiska förhållanden och subarktiska förhållanden. Men vi kommer också naturligtvis vara beredda att bidra med annan form av närvaro för att stärka Arktis säkerhet. Men jag vill också vara väldigt tydlig med att om det i framtiden återigen behövs för att vi ska kunna sänka temperaturen, så är vi också beredda att återigen höja tonläget och visa att vi klart och tydligt står vid Danmarks sida.
Tack allesammans för ikväll. Vi hinner inte med några fler frågor.
familias de las víctimas de estos dos accidentes, muy especial la tragedia de Adamus, que se han cobrado 45 víctimas. Que quería expresar en mi nombre, de todos nosotros, la profunda sentimiento y compartir con vosotros lo adoro. Muchas gracias. And I will ask you to stand up for a minute of silence in memory of the victims of this terrible accident. Thank you.
Almost 1 o'clock.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to this press conference following the informal meeting of the leaders of the European Council. The meeting just finished a few minutes ago after the remarks by President Costa and the remarks by President von der Leyen. We will have the time for a few questions. President Costa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Today, the members of the European Council held a very important discussion on transatlantic relations. Allow me now to share with you what are my conclusions from our discussions this evening. The European Union and the United States have long been partners and allies. We have built a transatlantic community forged by history, anchored in common values, and dedicated to the prosperity and security of our peoples. We believe that relationships between partners and allies should be managed in the cordial and respectful way. Europe and the United States have a shared interest in the security of the Arctic region, notably working through NATO. And the European Union will also play a stronger role in this region. In this context, I want to be very clear. The Kingdom of Denmark and Greenland have the full support of the European Union. Only the Kingdom of Denmark and Greenland can decide on matters concerning Denmark and Greenland. This is a reflection of our firm commitment to the principles of the international law, territorial integrity and national sovereignty, which are essential for Europe and for the international community as a whole. These principles will continue to guide our action. Against this backdrop, yesterday's announcement that there will be no new United States tariffs on Europe is positive. The imposition of additional tariffs would have been incompatible with the trade deal between the European Union and the United States. Our focus must now be on moving forward on the implementation of that deal. The goal remains the effective stabilization of the trade relations between the European Union and the United States. At the same time, the European Union will continue to stand up for its interests and will defend itself, its member states, its citizens and its companies against any form of coercion. And it has the power and the tools to do so, and will do so if and when necessary. Looking ahead, we remain ready to continue engaging constructively with the United States on all issues of common interest, including on creating the conditions for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. We have serious doubts about a number of elements in the Charter of the Board of Peace related to its scope, its governance, and its compatibility with the United Nations Charter. We are ready to work together with the United States on the implementation of the comprehensive peace plan for Gaza, with a Board of Peace carrying out its mission as a transitional administration in accordance with the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2803. Let me conclude by recalling that the European Union is focused on delivering an ambitious agenda for our citizens, on defense, on competitiveness, on building a more strategically autonomous Europe. That is why the next leaders' meeting on the 12th of February will be a strategic brainstorming dedicated to strengthen the single market in the new geoeconomic context. Thank you very much for your attention.
Madam President.
Yes, thank you very much. We had indeed very good discussions tonight about our transatlantic relations, and I want to focus on two geostrategic issues of strong relevance to our European security. The one is Greenland and the other one is Ukraine, and here specifically its future prosperity. First on Greenland, we are clearly in a better position than we were 24 hours ago, and tonight we drew the lessons of our collective strategy. So what did we do? First of all, there was, as you said, Antonio, unequivocal solidarity with Greenland and Denmark. Second, we also stood firmly with the 6 member states that were threatened with tariffs. Third point, we engaged very actively with the United States on various levels. We did so in a firm but non-escalatory manner. And the fourth point was that we are well prepared with trade countermeasures and non-tariff instruments if tariffs would have been applied. So to sum up, we followed 4 key principles: firmness, outreach, preparedness and unity. And it was effective, so going forward we should maintain this very approach. A broader point now on Arctic and Arctic security, and I will start with investment. We have collectively underinvested in the Arctic and Arctic security, so now it's high time to step up and to build on what we already achieved. 2 years ago, before all of this year started, I was in Greenland to open our European Union office in Nuuk. And last year we launched agreements that will lead to additional investments in clean energy, in critical raw materials, and in digital connectivity. And for the next long-term EU budget, we have already proposed to double the financial support for Greenland. So right now, we are working on enhancing the EU relationship with Greenland. And as part of this, the Commission will soon put forward a substantive package of investments. Beyond investment, we also intend to deepen cooperation with the United States and all partners on the important topic of Arctic security. In particular, we believe we should use our defence spending surge on Arctic-ready equipment, a European icebreaker, for example, and we should strengthen our security and defence arrangement with partners in the region, such as the UK, Canada, Norway, and Iceland, and others. This has become a real geopolitical necessity. So far for Greenland, let me turn to Ukraine. As winter has taken grip of the country, Russia is doubling down on vile attacks. We are doubling down on our support for Ukraine. This week we are deploying 447 emergency generators worth 3.7 million to restore power to hospitals, shelters and critical services. Work is also progressing well on the security and prosperity packages or aspects of the peace talks. As you know, the security guarantees that we have discussed, among others, in the Paris meeting on the 6th of January, brought good progress. And now we are waiting for Russia to respond. And on the prosperity package, the second big package, we are close to an agreement with the United States and Ukraine on one single unified prosperity framework. It looks as how we can boost the prosperity of Ukraine the moment there is the achievement of a ceasefire or peace. And let me share some of the details of this unified paper. We are talking about a single document representing the collective vision of the Ukrainians, the Americans and Europe for Ukraine's post-war future. It draws actually on the needs assessment work of the World Bank and it proposes a response that is built around 5 different pillars. The first one is increasing the productivity through business-friendly reforms and greater market competition. The second pillar is about accelerating Ukraine's integration into the EU single market through reforms in key economic sectors. The third pillar is about significantly scaling up investment. And here the Ukraine investment framework, part of our Ukraine facility, is already in place, so we can use structures that we have already built since the beginning of the war. It has been so far the EU's main investment vehicle for the country, and it is clearly delivering. The fourth pillar is about stronger donor coordination, because we do not only need public money but also need private investment. And here too we have a robust and proven structure that already exists through the Ukraine donor platform. This donor platform brings together G7 countries, the European Commission, Ukraine and other partners. And finally, to complement all this for the prosperity of Ukraine, the fifth pillar is about fundamental reforms, a precondition. It means reinforcing the rule of law, stepping up anti-corruption efforts, and modernizing public administration, because this is how we are able to build trust, and trust of our partners and trust of the investors is paramount. So this agreement on the prosperity framework is a very important milestone. As I said, we are almost done. We are now actively preparing Ukraine's future as a modern, sovereign and free country, and this is a strong signal to our brave neighbour and partner in difficult time. To conclude, our work on independence is more important than ever. We will meet for a leaders' retreat on the 12th of February to further pursue this aim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before moving into the questions, let me remind you that the oral conclusions drawn by the President of the European Council are already available in the website of the Council. Tonight we have interpretation into English, French, Portuguese, German, Italian, Spanish and Dutch, so feel free to ask your question in any of those languages. The first question goes to Jorge Liboreiro from Euronews.
Hello, Jorge Liboreiro with Euronews. Tonight you're standing here saying that the United States is your close ally and that you want to make the relation that you built for 80 years continue working. And I understand what you say that, but the reality is that something has fundamentally changed. Something is broken in the relation, because the President of the United States openly threatened to impose tariffs to seize Greenland from Denmark. He said it publicly, he said it proudly and apologetically, that's what he wanted to do. Then he backtracked, as we know, but the threat was there. So after this extraordinary assault, how can you credibly trust the United States as an ally? How can you tell European citizens that the United States will abide by the principle of collective defense? And how can you work with the United States to protect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, while at the same time the United States try to violate Denmark's territorial integrity and sovereignty? How can you reconcile this reality? Thank you.
Well, first of all, we uphold very clear for the basic principles. We fully support our member states, in this case Denmark, to defend their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. At the same time, we believe in the transatlantic alliance, and we will continue engage to have a good relationship with the United States. And we are always very frank with friends and with allies. And I said we believe that between friends, allies, partners, you need to manage our relationship with cordiality and with respectful way. Is what we are doing with the United States, and we will continue. Firm in the principles, engage with partners and allies.
Yes, indeed. Let me complement that. It was very clear in the discussion that we were successful in withstanding by being firm but non-escalatory and, most importantly, very united. But there was also a discussion on the clarity with which we know that we have to work more and more for an independent Europe. This is not something which happened overnight. This is hard work. And the main ingredients, the main topics to work on for an independent Europe is economic power and the security infrastructure that is necessary. And for that, we need a strong single market, which is the powerhouse of our economy. But for that, and this was the discussion, we also need an outreach to other markets of the world. We are already the region with the largest trade network globally, over 70 agreements with different countries and regions on free trade. But we have to enlarge this network because with new markets, we can diversify our supply chains. And the more trade arrangements and trade agreements we have, the more independent we are because we can diversify our suppliers and we can strengthen our supply chains.
Okay. Next is Eddie Wax.
Thank you. Eddie Wax from Euractiv. I have two questions, if I may, one for each of the presidents. To President Costa, Volodymyr Zelensky today made a speech in Davos and launched a pretty scathing rebuke of Europe, calling it a fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers that looks lost trying to persuade Donald Trump to end the war in Ukraine. How do you respond to that criticism? Is Europe lost and divided, as he says? And to President von der Leyen, you are saying that the EU strategy here of being non-escalatory and firm was successful in persuading Donald Trump to change his mind this week. But you didn't meet Donald Trump, and the member states were divided on how to respond, with France pushing for the use of the anti-coercion instrument, Germany, Italy not. So the EU was maybe a bit less divided less united than some have said. What makes you think that it was the EU that was effective in getting Donald Trump to change his mind and not other factors, Mark Rutte's strategy, stock markets, US domestic politics? Thanks.
Well, on Ukraine we focus only in the main issue. And the main issue is to support Ukrainians to achieve a just and lasting peace. Is what we have been doing since day one, and we will continue to support Ukraine and Ukrainians to achieve a just and lasting peace.
So all the elements you have just mentioned may also have played a role without any question, but without firmness, non-escalatory responses and unity on the European Union, they would not have worked. So therefore it's a mixture of all of it, but our unity and our determination is important. And to the Ukraine question, I would like also to add that we have been supporting the heroic fight of the Ukrainian people for now 4 years. I think on our side, actions speak louder than words. We are the largest supporter of Ukraine in the last 4 years, more than 193 billion euros. And the European Council has just decided to add to this sum another 90 billion euros for the next 2 years. We know that we will never match the sacrifice of the Ukrainian people. But what we can do is stand by their side. And I think the figures speak for themselves, but also the personal engagement of all of us is speaking for itself.
Okay, next question is from Mattia from Hansa.
Yes, sorry. Hello, good night, Mattia Bagnoli, ANSA, the National Italian News Agency. Two questions for both of you. One is on Greenland, because if we remember, Greenland decided to vote it out from what it was at that time, the European Economic Community. So going forward with this big package that you just mentioned with Greenland, do you think that it is proper to clarify the position with regarding Greenland, and would you welcome Greenland back in the European Union if she decided to do so? And secondly, on the Mercosur, following the European Parliament votes, will you temporarily apply the agreement with Mercosur? Thank you.
Well, starting on Mercosur, the Council already decided last week not only to give the permission for the Commission to sign the Mercosur agreement, but also decided to go for the provisory application of the Mercosur agreement. Then this is the Council position, and then I invite the Commission to use this decision from the Council and implement the provisory application of the Mercosur agreement. Regarding Greenland, look, what you recall about the decisions of Greenlanders to leave the European Union for the EEC is in fact what it gives our authority, the moral authority to say everybody needs to respect the decisions of Greenlanders. And that's why you say that only Denmark and only Greenland can take decisions about their own future. And as we respected in the past the Greenlanders' decisions, everybody needs to respect today the Greenlanders' wish about their own future.
Yeah, what Mercosur is concerned, indeed, the question of provisional application was raised by several leaders tonight, as you just explained. And there is a clear interest that we ensure that the benefits of this important agreement apply as soon as possible. We have not taken a decision yet. What is the procedure? A decision would only be needed at a stage when one country of Mercosur, or more countries of Mercosur, have completed their procedures, are basically ready. So, in short, we will be ready when they are ready.
Okay. Jack, please.
Jack Parrick, DW. For both presidents, Trump creates a problem, invents a deal to solve it, and then we all come here for a summit, and everything that we do is reactive. And I know that you're saying you want to stay cordial, but he's not being cordial in the way he acts with you. So the question is, what are we going to do differently going forward? If he reinstates his threat to take over Greenland, this deal doesn't work. What did you discuss inside these meetings that could be different? The use of the anti-coercion instrument, did you discuss it? How far would you go? Thank you.
Look, the European way of life is different than the American way of life. We respect the American way of life. But from our point of view, it's very important to preserve and cherish our transatlantic partnership. That's why over the last year, the European Commission engaged to stabilize our trade relationship. That's why the NATO allies work with the United States to stabilize NATO, and that's why all of us are working with the United States to keep them engaged to achieve and to support Ukraine to achieve a just and lasting peace. And we will continue. And we are not reacting every day to every kind of communication in social media. We have a clear vision about our relationship. We are upholding very clearly on our basic principles, and we engage in the cordial and respectful way with our partners, our allies, and of course also with the United States.
Yes, I can only compliment indeed. So the discussion about the Arctic and Arctic security is an important discussion. It's necessary to lead it. Without any question, this is an important topic. And the framework in which it's best handled with is certainly NATO. And this is right now the discussion where it's also led. Of course, the Arctic and Arctic security is also of utmost importance for the European Union. Therefore, I was just referring to the activities that we are taking. And on the other hand, what the trade measures are concerned, during the last summer, we have developed the potentially necessary countermeasures. They were on the table. They stayed on the table. But for us, it's more important reliability. A deal is a deal. That's what we want to see from the United States. That's what we want to deliver from our side. We're just working on the implementation of the joint statement, and I'm confident that we're going to have the principle, a deal is a deal.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes our press conference. Have a nice evening.